Random House Audio presents The Lemon Orchard by Lou Ann Rice, read for you by Blair Brown. Prologue, February 2007. This is how I picture it. 11 o'clock that cold and sunny morning. She is behind the wheel, hands in the 2 and 10 position because she's a good girl, and that's the way her father, sitting beside her holding the large black coffee he'd bought at Kendall's, likes her to drive. And she's taking care because she doesn't want him to spill it and scald himself. The station wagon is 12 years old, and it smells of dog. And if she looked in the rearview mirror, she could see where we used to buckle her car seat. Bonnie Blue, our 7-year-old, and the latest in a long line of blue merle border collies, rides with me because she's still rambunctious and likes to nuzzle the driver's ear from the back seat. And Peter and I worry she might distract Jenny. Bonnie and I are 2 miles behind, with one last stop to make, to pick up the chocolate cake at Hoffman's Bakery, where Viola and Norma have decorated it with goalposts and a 50-yard line, and know to spread raspberry preserves between the layers because that is Jenny's favorite. My daughter, Jenny Hughes. She is wearing the bulky Nordic sweater, endearingly lopsided, she knit for Timmy from yarn that still contained bits of burrs and brambles from the sheep's wool. And it's so Jenny to be wearing it, just 2 days after he gave it back to her as part of the breakup, along with her telescope and dog-eared copy of H.A. Ray's The Stars. The February day is frigid but bright, and although there's plenty of snow left from last week's storm, the roads are clear of ice. Jenny is thinking of the party. She and I don't care about watching sports, but Peter played football at Brown, and every year we go all out for the Super Bowl. Jenny loves to cook, and together we'll make chili, buffalo wings, and guacamole. Last year, Timmy came over, and the 2 of them huddled on the couch, whispering and laughing, surrounded by Peter and our friends. I don't think I watched a full minute of the game. I was so taken by the sight of my daughter in love. Jenny was 16 in November. Her license is new, and she brings her sense of responsibility to driving the way she does everything else. Straight A's last semester, a talent for the violin, a blue ribbon in last summer's horse show, caring for our animals, such good-heartedness, and a head-down, pure-hearted determination to go to Brown University like her parents. And I wonder if her choice is a way of trying to hold us together, to remind Peter and me of where we met. And I know she feels bad for leaving the house angry this morning, calling me a hypocrite for inviting people over and entertaining relatives just when Peter is planning to move out. My aunt and uncle from California are staying with us. They're in Connecticut because he's a professor, guest lecturing at Yale, where I am an adjunct professor of cultural anthropology. Jenny is afraid that they have picked up on the tension and are judging Peter. So there she is, driving home from the barn along the shore road, past the marsh, brown and glistening, the creeks frozen over, pure white in the sunlight. Her father beside her sipping coffee, telling her how well she rode that morning, how she kept her elbows in and heels down and took Giselle over the jumps. Peter and Jenny adore each other and have since her birth. At night as an infant, when she'd wake up crying and refuse to sleep, she'd quiet only when he would cradle and walk her, singing her made-up songs as he carried her back and forth across a room overlooking the meadow. That single stately elm framed in the window, ghostly in moonlight. And even those years when Jenny was 10 and 11, and I finally went back to school for my master's, taking classes in New Haven, studying and writing about the anthropology of movement, my books and papers spread out on the dining room table every night. Peter would come home from the office, and he and Jenny would take dinner into the den and eat in front of the TV, laughing, Jenny shrieking. They both loved comedies and cartoons, especially French ones. Asterix and Tintin were huge in our house. She drives toward home and the meadow, gleaming with crusted snow, the road straight and clear, no traffic in either direction, pavement sanded and clear of ice. tree branches interlocking overhead and throwing morning shadows. And her elm, she thinks of it as hers, comes into view. Shore Road takes a sharp left, a boomerang bend just where our driveway veers off to the right. Ancient stone walls, built by Connecticut's settlers, arrived from England in the 1600s, evidence, as if we need more, of migration and movement and how the history of the world is made up of people leaving one place for another, looking for more food, religious freedom, a better life, line the way. When she was little, she loved to walk to and fro from the bus stop on top of the walls, and sometimes we'd hide messages for each other in a lichen-bound crevice that we called our mailbox. She remembers our secret hiding place, the shivery pleasure of finding a note, and she is wearing Timmy's sweater, the smell of him inseparable from the feeling of being in love, and in that instant she steps on the gas. The sunlight bounces off the snow, off bright mica and quartz threaded through the granite walls, blinding her for just a second. The road is clear, she knows the way, she is such a good driver. Her father is with her, he taught her to drive himself. She would never hurt him, never hurt herself. She loves her family, she loves her life, so there is no explanation. 10 minutes later, Bonnie and I meander along, finished with our errands. We still have a few hours before friends will show up to watch the game, and I'm eager for time with Jenny. Her father had the morning, and I'll have the early afternoon to nurse our child and her broken heart, to just be with her, because I'm smart enough to know that words don't help. There's no explaining that everything will get better, that she'll heal, that time will pass and the day will come when it doesn't hurt so much. Blackhall is a small town, and when you hear sirens, your stomach drops because you're pretty sure whatever it is will affect someone you know. Driving along Shore Road, I slow down to let the fire truck pass. Bonnie, in the back seat, paces back and forth. I tell her to calm down, everything's okay, we'll be home in a minute. I flip on the signal light to veer off the main road and head toward our driveway, and see the burst of flashing lights. Some thoughts are too unbearable to allow. I see the town constable gesture for traffic to turn around, go back the other way, and I roll down the window to tell him I live here, and still I won't let myself think that this accident belongs to us. But Bonnie is barking, and she knows. And when the constable recognizes me and approaches the car, with that look in his eyes that no human being wants to see, my heart stops because my heart knows. I open the car door. He tries to block me, but nothing in this world could hold me back. I am right behind Bonnie, running to the front of the long line of police cars, fire engines, and ambulances. I hear someone say, "She didn't even hit the brakes. She had to be going 50. And someone else saying, "Shut up, that's her mother." The sun glistens off the snowfield in Long Island Sound, but it doesn't blind me. I see everything, and my mind takes a picture of all that is there and all that isn't. The memory will stay with me always, even when, in the future, I travel 3,000 miles away. Distance is no match for this. The car crumpled against the wall, billows of black smoke, rescue workers, with no one to rescue, parting to let me through. Spiderwebs of blood on the faces of my daughter and husband as they lie on the snow-covered ground. Bonnie between them, not howling, but keening, soft and low. And the beloved elm tree, branches bare against the blue sky, that must have been the last sight that Jenny and Peter saw on Earth. Chapter 1. Roberto. September 2012. Before dawn, the air smelled of lemons. Roberto slept in the small cabin in the grove in the Santa Monica Mountains. Salt wind off the Pacific Ocean sweetening the scent of bitter fruit and filling his dreams with memories of home. He was back in Mexico before he'd come to the United States in search of goodness for his family. In another Huerto de Limones, the lemon orchard buzzing with bees and the voices of workers talking. Rosa playing with her doll, Maria. Maria had sheer angel wings, and Roberto's grandmother had whispered to Rosa that she had magic powers and could fly. Rosa wore her favorite dress, white with pink flowers, sewn by his grandmother. Roberto stood high on the ladder, taller in the dream than any real one would reach. From here, he could see over the treetops, his gaze sweeping the valley toward Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, the two snow-covered volcanic peaks to the west. His grandmother had told him the legend that the mountains were lovers, the boy shielding the girl, and tall on his ladder, Roberto felt stronger than anyone, and he heard his daughter talking to her doll. In dream magic, his basket spilling over with lemons, he slid down the tree and lifted Rosa into his arms. She was 5, with laughing brown eyes and cascades of dark curls, and she slung her skinny arm around his neck and pressed her face into his shoulder. In the dream, he was wise and knew there was no better life, no greater goodness than what they already had. He held her and promised nothing bad would ever happen to her, and if he could have slept forever, those words would be true. Sleep prolonged the vision, his eyes shut tight against the dawn light, and the scent of limones enhanced the hallucination that Rosa was with him still and always. When he woke up, he didn't waste time trying to hold on to the feelings. They tore away from him violently and were gone. His day started fast. He lived 25 miles east in Boyle Heights, but sometimes stayed in the orchard during fire season and when there was extra work to be done. He led a crew of 3, with extra men hired from the Malibu Community Labor Exchange or the parking lot at the Woodland Hills Home Depot when necessary. They came to the property at 8 a.m. The Riley family lived in a big Spanish colonial-style house with arched windows and a red tile roof just up the ridgeline from Roberto's cabin. They had occupied this land in western Malibu's Santa Monica Mountains since the mid-1900s. While other families had torn up old, less profitable orchards and planted vineyards, the Rileys remained true to their family tradition of raising citrus. Roberto respected their loyalty to their ancestors and the land. The grove took up 40 acres, 120-year-old trees per acre, planted in straight lines on the south-facing hillside, in the same furrows where older trees had once stood. 20 years ago, the Santa Ana winds had sparked fires that burned the whole orchard, sparing Casa Riley, but engulfing neighboring properties on both sides. Close to the house and large tiled swimming pool were rock outcroppings and 300-year-old live oaks, their trunks 8 feet in diameter, still scorched black from that fire. Fire was mystical, and although it had swept through Malibu in subsequent years, the Rileys' property had been spared. Right now, the breeze blew cool off the Pacific, but Roberto knew it could shift at any time. Summer had ended, and now the desert winds would start. The Santa Anas roaring through the mountain passes, heating up as they sank from higher elevations down to the coast. And any flash, even from a power tool, could ignite the canyon. It had been dry for 2 months straight. He walked to the barn where the control panel was located and turned on the sprinklers. The water sprayed up, catching rainbows as the sun crested the eastern mountains. It hissed, soft and constant, and Roberto couldn't help thinking of the sound as money draining away. Water was delivered to the orchard via canal and was expensive. The Rileys had told him many times that the important thing was the health of the trees and lemons and to protect the land from fire. He had something even more important to do before his co-workers arrived: make the coastal path more secure. He grabbed a sledgehammer and cut through the grove to the cliff edge. The summer-dry hillside sloped past the sparkling pool, down in a widening V to the Pacific Ocean. Occasionally, hikers crossed Riley Land to connect with the Backbone Trail and other hikes in the mountain range. Years back, someone had installed stanchions and a chain, a rudimentary fence to remind people the drop was steep, 500 feet down to the canyon floor. He tested the posts and found some loosened. Mudslides and temblors made the land unstable. He wished she would stay off this trail entirely, walk the dog through the orchard, where he could better keep an eye on them, or at least use the paths on the inland side of the property. But she seemed to love the ocean. He'd seen her pass this way both mornings since she'd arrived, stopping to stare out to sea while the dog rustled through the chaparral and coastal sage. He tapped the first post to set his aim, then swung the sledgehammer overhead, metal connecting with metal with a loud gong. He felt the shock of the impact in the bones of his wrists and shoulders. Moving down the row of stanchions, he drove each one a few inches deeper into the ground until they were solidly embedded. The wind was blowing toward the house. He hoped the sound wouldn't bother her, but he figured it wouldn't. She rose early, like him. The Rileys had left to go to Ireland for several months, leaving their niece to house-sit. She had arrived 3 days ago, having driven cross-country alone with a dog that had white, brown, and blue-gray markings, with one brown and one blue eye. The woman was small, pale, with silver hair and blue eyes. She looked nothing like the women Roberto had seen in California. Everyone here seemed glamorous, almost perfect, with skin golden from the sun, and hair colored lush brown or bright blonde, nails done and makeup on. He'd never once seen Mrs. Riley without lipstick. But the niece was different. She had introduced herself the same morning she arrived. He'd been in the barn, increasing the sprinkler controls to 10 gallons an hour per tree, and she'd walked right in and shaken his hand without any regard for the fact his hand was greasy and his face streaked with dirt. "You must be Roberto," she'd said, shaking his hand. "I'm Julia Hughes, Graziella and John's niece, and this is Bonnie." "Hi, Julia," he'd said, embarrassed and wiping his hands on his pants too late. "You made it here safely. Long trip?" "Yes, thank you. Luckily, Bonnie is a good traveler." They locked eyes, and Roberto couldn't have said why the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He bent down to pet Bonnie to escape the feeling, running his hands over her silky blue-gray coat. She had a smiling, friendly dog face, but with those spooky eyes. His grandmother would call her a pera bruja, a witch dog. Julia's blue eyes troubled him even more. When he looked back at her, he felt jolted, as if he'd looked in a mirror. "I'll let you get back to work," she said, as if sensing his uneasiness. "Thank you," he said. "Please let me know if you need anything." She had walked away, Bonnie leading her onto the cliff path. He had seen her return again since that first meeting. In this world he couldn't save everyone, but he could do his best to make the trail safe for her. Working his way along the posts, he realized that he would have to reinforce some, those too loose to grab the earth, with concrete. A kick with the toe of his boot sent pebbles and clay tumbling down the canyon. He grabbed an armful of brush from the hillside and blocked the trail. He'd leave it that way, even adding some yellow hazard tape, until he could fix the danger zones. Heading back to the barn, he heard trucks arriving and voices talking. The crew had arrived to irrigate and prune the orchard, but Roberto could think only of danger zones. They were everywhere. Some were compact and marked with warning signs, a few feet of cliff along a hiking trail, fixable with the right tools and a bucket of concrete. Others spread for miles, from horizon to horizon, across land crossed by thousands. The luckiest made it with their lives. The youngest ones who hadn't survived were angels now. They haunted the pilgrimage route, the dry creek beds and narrow canyons, filling the air with their ghostly wails. Some had been taken by La Llorona, the weeping woman who stole others' children to replace her own. Rejected by heaven for losing her children in the Santa Fe River, she wandered the borderlands and captured any young ones she found alone at night. "Hola, ¿cómo estás?" Serapio asked, parking his truck in the shade. "Bien, ¿y tú?" Roberto answered. "Bien. We're digging drainage again today?" Serapio asked. "Yes," Roberto said. "You and the guys pick up where we left off yesterday. I'll be there soon." Serapio nodded without question. Roberto could have asked the crew for help, finished reinforcing the trail that much sooner, but the job fell to him, and he knew it. Once in a while, he felt inspired. Was that the right word? Perhaps not. It was more like the relief of punishment being lifted, the chance to work and redeem himself and his sins. He wasn't even a believer anymore. His mother had died in childbirth, and his grandmother had raised him Catholic. He still carried her hand-carved blackwood rosary in his pocket, but it was more for sentiment and love of her than any religious reason. Still, when he got this feeling, straight from his gut, not his brain, he obeyed it. He grabbed a bag of concrete mix, filled the first bucket with water, slung 20 yards worth of yellow hazard tape over his shoulder. Bees buzzed in dark pink bougainvillea growing up the side of the barn, and as he hiked back to the cliff edge, he felt the breeze rushing through sage and coastal scrub up from the sea. It cooled his skin, gave him goosebumps even in the morning heat. The Pacific Ocean went on forever, as blue but not a fraction as deep as the sky. The wind cracked the surface into small white waves that built and surged and crashed at the foot of the cliff. The pounding was relentless. The noise kept him awake on nights when he stayed in the orchard, and made him lonely for his farm town at the foot of the mountains. He had never seen any ocean before arriving in Los Angeles. If the fall from the cliff didn't kill him, he would drown. He couldn't swim. After mixing the concrete, he filled the holes he'd dug and placed the posts upright. They were solid steel and, once properly anchored, would make the chain strong and effective. Short of standing right here by the edge, this was the best he could do to keep her safe from the dangerous land. The sun rose higher, and the sweat that formed on his brow ran into his eyes and made them sting, but he didn't wipe it away. He didn't want to stop swinging the sledgehammer, feeling the jolt to his bones so strong it kept him from thinking of loss or danger or anything at all. Chapter 2. Julia. This is Malibu, but nothing like the Malibu you hear about when you live on the East Coast. Back there, it's all movie stars and scandals and tan, blonde girls and late-model Porsches who make people wonder, are they up-and-coming actors on shows that haven't aired yet? And if so, did they buy the car themselves, or are they just so pretty they're being kept by an older man rich and lonely enough to trade expensive presents for attention and affection? She knew a little about such things. She'd been coming here since she was a child, although this was her first time in 5 years, and she heard gossip from Lion, whom she'd be seeing for dinner that night. As much as she loved him and always had, she wasn't in the mood, would have preferred to stay home. She liked the way this landscape enclosed her, made her feel protected in a strange way, because really, what could be more dangerous than Malibu, with its earthquakes, mudslides, and wildfires? Maybe that outward danger comforted her somehow and reinforced her sense of how impermanent it all was. Just look at the Chumash people, how they had thrived on this coast for 10,000 years as hunter-gatherers and superb boat builders and basket makers. Being an anthropologist, she could vividly imagine their life here and how timeless it must have seemed. Until 1542, when Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo had sailed in and claimed California for Spain. Anthropology, it turns out, had been her perfect field of study. Learning about the cosmology of civilizations uprooted from one place and settled in another. She felt the loss of Jenny so acutely, the specifics of their days together, the constellations marking moments in their lives, their own lost culture. Who they had been, Jenny and Julia, mother and daughter, would last forever. But who Jenny and what their relationship would have become ended with the accident. In her profession, Julia dealt with the real, the evidentiary, the tracks left behind by people. Even as an undergrad, she'd loved hiding in her carrel at the Rock, the main library at Brown, and using long-lost and recently found artifacts to assemble, in her imagination, the way people had lived. It had always been her passion to keep the dead alive through learning how they had behaved, where they had trekked in search of food, water, love. She had been an emotional girl, and that never changed. At Vance School in first grade, she'd attended class with the kids who lived at the children's home, a big brick building at the top of a hill. They were there for various reasons. Their parents had died or had hurt them, or for some reason couldn't take care of them. Julia could see the home from her bedroom window. There was one boy, Billy, who sat next to her in school. He had freckles and a cowlick. When they went on a field trip to the fire station, he was her partner, and they held hands. It was fall, and walking down the Connecticut street, they kicked through fallen red and yellow leaves. Billy didn't talk to anyone except their teacher. They spent the whole walk in silence, but he kept squeezing her hand, as if in Morse code. The insides of his wrists were dirty, and he had a hole in the sleeve of his sweater, and something about that raveled yarn and his not talking told her a story about his whole life. In 4th grade, Julia saw a film strip about Margaret Mead working with children in Samoa. But by the time she got to high school, it was Margaret's mentor, Ruth Benedict, who captured Julia's imagination and made her want to be an anthropologist. Ruth studied tribes in the Southwest and was the first woman to really make strides in the field. She wrote about the relationships between culture, language, and personality. She was interested in human behavior and the way it is shaped by traditions. Julia wanted to learn all she could about people's behavior, including her own family's. How Jenny had behaved, a hurricane of love. She took after her mother when it came to emotion. It wasn't unusual for Julia to return from her office and a late afternoon trip to the grocery store, enter the kitchen, and have Jenny barrel over, leap right onto her, arms locked around her neck, saying, "Why were you gone so long?" "I came straight home from work." "Don't you remember? We were going to have a picnic and watch the moon rise." Or the sunset, or the bluefish in a feeding frenzy, or the monarch butterflies staging for their long migration south to Mexico, or the tree swallows in their funnel cloud formation each night at twilight. That September night, it had been the moonrise. Jenny had prepared sandwiches, delicious concoctions of smoked bluefish, and whatever was left in the garden. Peter was home, Julia remembered that now, but he hadn't wanted to join them. He was working on a case, or had a Red Sox game to watch. They'd never meant to leave him out, but he'd never seemed eager to join in, either. He and Julia seemed to be living two separate lives, and that, more than anything, was contributing to their impending separation. Julia and Jenny hurried down the twisty wooded path, stunted oaks and pines overhanging the sandy trail. They got to the beach just as the sun was setting. They sat on the smooth gray log, long stripped of bark after years of storms and wind and blowing sand, and faced east. They tried to do this every month on the night of the full moon, but it wasn't always possible. But that night, they saw the apricot moon crest over an eastern headland that spread its orange light across Long Island Sound in a path that seemed to run straight toward them. "Oh, Jenny," Julia said, "I'm so glad you thought of this." "Mom, you invented moon picnics." "I did?" she asked. But she knew it was true. She had always loved nature and the magic it brought to human love. As a kid, she'd been like Jenny, in love with everything. She didn't believe in love unfolding, but being born in a big bang like the universe. Jenny's enthusiasm was like Julia's, and the contrast with Peter couldn't be sharper. The older he got, the more measured and cautious he became, and the harder it was for Julia to find ways to feel they had anything but years and a daughter in common. It had taken Julia a long time to admit that she was desperately unhappy in what most people would consider a very good marriage. Staring at that full moon, holding her daughter's hand, tears had rolled down her cheeks because she'd begun not just thinking about, but actually taking steps to divorce Peter. Divorce, as it turned out, hadn't been necessary. The Santa Monica Mountains ran east-west, north of the Los Angeles basin, all the way to the Pacific Ocean. And the house was nestled in a canyon overlooking endless, sparkling blue. In the days since Julia and Bonnie had arrived from Connecticut, Bonnie had already claimed her role as queen of the property. She was getting old, and it touched Julia to see her happy again. Collies were sensitive to their master's moods. Julia knew she was Bonnie's master, like it or not. Julia was happiest hiding, being low on any kind of hierarchical totem pole. But when it came to dogs, the relationship was built in. It had been 5 years, just Bonnie and Julia, and they belonged to each other. She'd made peace with the fact that Bonnie looked to her for everything. She had long since accepted the reality that until this trip, their lives were limited to the bedroom, the kitchen, and the as infrequent as possible trips to the grocery store. Bonnie rested next to her on the bed, watching with sad eyes when Julia thought of Jenny and tried to keep breathing. 5 years after the fact, it felt like no time had passed. Breath was still a razor blade, in and out, in and out. Why did Julia get to breathe when Jenny didn't? A childish thought, but she would never stop hating that fact and wishing she could trade places with her daughter. Let Jenny be here with Bonnie. Let her be in college. Let her be house-sitting in this mysterious canyon that smelled of flowers and lemons and sea air. She hated seeing people. She had nothing against anyone personally, but she'd become something different, other, since Jenny's death. Jenny had loved Bonnie, used to pet her, snuggle her, throw the tennis ball and grab the slobbery thing and throw it again, run through the field to the dead tree and over the bluff to the beach, swim in Long Island Sound together, come home and hose off the sand and salt and tendrils of seaweed. So in a way, because Jenny had hugged Bonnie, when Julia stroked Bonnie, she knew that somehow she was touching a part of her daughter. Looking out the window, down the long slope of lawn and garden to the orchard, she saw Roberto smacking those posts into the cliff, and felt weird fury boiling up. Why was he fixing up the path? Obviously, he had seen her walking Bonnie along there yesterday, and fuck and shit, she swore he'd read her mind. That fleeting moment when she thought about how easy it would be to just stand on the brink and let go and fly down into the sea. All of a sudden, even though she avoided seeing people, she knew she was going to walk out to see him. Why was it, having met him so briefly, she didn't classify him as people? He was the latest in a long line of orchard managers, all of them migrants, and she'd known most of them, joked around with them, gotten to know their families, and, as a child, let them lift her into the branches to pick lemons. They had come from Mexico seeking a better life. From her earliest memories, her Uncle John had told her that the Mexicans and the Irish, her Irish family in particular, were related in ways deeper than blood. Both groups immigrated to the United States in great numbers, seeking the same things: relief from starvation and poverty, a place to raise their families, and create lives that would give their children increased opportunities. He had told her about John Riley, their ancestor who'd come from Ireland to join the U.S. Army during the Mexican-American War. Seeing injustice, he switched sides to form the St. Patrick's Battalion and fight for Mexico. The Americans eventually caught him, branded his cheek with a D for deserter, and Mexico lost the war. Her Uncle John had encouraged her to study anthropology. On a visit here when she was 17, he had given her René Grousset's classic, The Empire of the Steppes, published in 1939. She'd become fascinated with the Bulgar tribes in southern Russia and how the eastward and westward migrations of the steppe nomads affected developing societies in Europe, China, Central Asia, and India. Every place in the world owed its identity to the people who had moved there from somewhere else. She'd followed her dream and majored in cultural anthropology at Brown. Instead of going straight to grad school, she'd held off. She and Peter couldn't afford 2 tuitions at once, so he'd gotten his law degree first. Then Jenny was born. Julia never stopped reading and being curious about tribal movement and diasporas. When Jenny entered 4th grade and began asking questions about their family background, Julia tracked down a copy of the film about Margaret Mead and showed it to Jenny. It inspired Jenny to do a school project about Julia's ancestors migrating from Ireland and her father's from England. Julia understood that the connection with Roberto had to do with the flash she'd seen in his eyes when she asked if he had children, and he seemed unsure of whether to answer yes or no. He'd finally said, "Yes, a daughter," but he looked away from Julia's eyes, the way a person does when he's lying. She did that. She could never speak straight to anyone about Jenny. The house was soothing. Her uncle was an academic, her aunt an actress. Graciella's mother was Mexican, her father a native Angelino, who had run a small studio just over the mountains in North Hollywood. John and Graciella met at a beachfront bar a few miles away. John was developing the Mexican Studies program at UCLA. Graciella had been cast in a Western and was filming at Paramount Ranch. They had both grown up in Greater Los Angeles, and in spite of their differences, were instantly fascinated with each other. John proposed before primary photography on the film had finished. They got married in the lemon orchard and moved into the house, Casa Riley, with his parents, living with them until they died. This branch of the Riley family loved Spanish colonial architecture, and their house showed it. The walls were thick stucco, the arched windows too small to let in the full grandeur of the view, and the red tile floors set off the white plaster and dark wood columns and window frames. Julia's father, William, had grown up in this house, but he'd attended Harvard, settled on the East Coast, and never really looked back. He ignored the Mexican parts of their story and focused on the Irish, living and writing in Connemara whenever he could. Uncle John cherished local history, and over the years he and Graciella had created many pieces from the legendary and long-lamented Malibu potteries. The factory had existed on the beach 5 miles down the coast for only 6 years, from 1926 to 1932, before being destroyed by fire. Brightly glazed tiles in the bathrooms and kitchen, bookends shaped like mischievous monks, a multicolored tiled fountain in the courtyard with a king's head that spit a steady stream of water. Collecting such old and beautiful things had given her aunt and uncle a hobby together that made up for not having children. Yes, Graciella had actually said that. Bonnie was now in the courtyard lapping water from the fountain. "Come on, girl," Julia said. "Let's go for a walk." In spite of the arthritis in her hips, Bonnie loped from the courtyard, heading left on what had become their regular route. Julia followed her. It wasn't too difficult, because she had slowed down so. They walked down the lawn, the cultivated paradise. White roses blooming along the pathways, bordered by sweet alyssum and dark blue lobelia. Coral geraniums filled round pots made of seashells. Thousands of channeled whelks per pot, patterned in unending circles. Dark pink bougainvillea cascaded over the fence by the barn, and bright green hummingbirds hovered at the deep red flowers, darting around Julia's head as she walked past. She heard the clang-clang of Roberto's sledgehammer. She hesitated for a minute, wondering whether she should go in the opposite direction, not bother him, let him continue with his work. She stood in the shade of a wind-sculpted pine, watched him putting everything he had into the hammer strikes. He wore a white t-shirt and baggy blue jeans, a heavy silver keychain looping into one pocket, and scuffed boots. Just before she would have walked the other way, he looked toward her. It took him a moment to smile, but when he did, she saw how beautiful he was. He had worry in his face, and it killed her a little to see relief fill his eyes, as if she had provided him with sudden solace. His brown-black hair was close-cropped, and he had a neatly trimmed mustache and a fine 2 or 3 days' growth of beard. His face and arms were light brown, his muscles long and lean. He had some lines around his eyes and mouth, but she realized that he was younger than she'd first thought. He might have been in his 30s, but no more. She walked toward him. "Hola, Julia," he said. "Hola, Roberto, how are you?" "Bien, bien. How are you?" "Hi, Bonnie." She watched as Bonnie bumped against his legs, and he bent to pet her, running his hands through her fur. "Thank you for fixing the guardrails," she said. "Jenny and I used to—" She stopped herself. "Of course," he said. "I wanted to be safe for you. No one else walks here very much." "Sorry for taking you away from the orchard, though," she said. "I'm sure you have lots to do there." "That's okay. Serapio and the others are on the job. I'll get there soon enough." He stood erect, holding the sledgehammer instead of leaning on it, but then he laid it down and wiped his brow with the back of his hand, as if deciding to take an official break. "Are you thirsty? Do you want me to get you some water?" she asked, then felt like an idiot because she should have just brought it, as she had once done for Tonio and Ricardo, his predecessors. "No, I'm fine," he said. "So, you're running the orchard now," she said. "Yes," he said. "You obviously do a great job," she said. The sun had risen over the mountain, and the lemons glowed with white light. Canyon dust coated the glossy green leaves, making them look like tarnished silver. "Thank you. I'm lucky your uncle hired me. This is good, steady work." She nodded, struck by the choice of words, good, steady work. "And you live on the property?" "No," he said. "I stay here sometimes, but I live somewhere else." "Like where?" she asked, a little surprised. Tonio and his family had lived in the cottage. It had been a perk of the job. He looked startled, and for a minute she wanted to take back the question, wondering if somehow it was rude or forward. "In East L.A.," he said. "Oh," she said. She didn't know Los Angeles well, but everyone knew the stereotype of East L.A. and its tough reputation, gangs and drug dealers. She thought of his daughter, if he really had one, and wondered who was taking care of her. He didn't wear a wedding ring. "I was thinking about our talk yesterday. Your daughter." "Rosa," he said. "Does she live with you?" "No," he said. "She lives in Mexico." "Oh." Maybe that explained why he'd seemed so evasive. "Do you see her often?" "I can't," he said. That seemed incredible to her, made her second-guess her own first impressions of him. The idea that he could have a child in this world and not see her as often as he could instantly changed her opinion of him. Why not? "It's not that easy," he said. "You must miss her terribly." "Yes," he said. "Don't you get along with her mother?" "That's not why I don't see Rosa." She already knew. It was hardly a secret. In many ways, it was the story of L.A., or at least of the workers who kept it running. "You don't have papers," she said. "You can't cross the border." His gaze was proud and steady. His silence let her know she was right. Her uncle had always hired illegal workers, although the circumstances were different. As an immigrant himself, he honored the desire to find a better life. She loved her uncle's compassion, but right now she judged Roberto for valuing his job and life in the States over his daughter. Still, when she looked into his eyes, she saw despair so dark, it scared her. "Why don't you see Rosa?" she asked. "Something bad happened," he said. "When?" 5 years ago," he said. The coincidence punched her in the chest. She backed up just slightly, stepping off the dry dirt path. "Who is Jenny?" he asked. This was how he pronounced Jenny. The sound of her name scraped Julia's skin like a peeling sunburn. Roberto said it again. "Who is Jenny?" "My daughter," she said. She turned away from him. Bonnie lay in the shade, but seeing Julia move, she rose creakily and headed off down the path. Julia followed her around the bend without another word to Roberto. Lion Cushing lived on a steep driveway, twisting and turning, straight up a mountainside off Old Topanga Canyon Road, and had been there so long some people called him the Dean of Topanga. They came to him for tales of Jimi Hendrix partying at Moonfire Temple, rumors of Charles Manson living in his barn before his days with the family, rampant legends of UFOs using the canyon for navigation, takeoff, and landing in clouds of green haze, tales of who was doing whom in the Malibu colony, and decades of gossip and memories from Lyon's Hollywood days, those good old days. At one time, they had come for weed. Back in the day, Lyon had had the best on the west side, and everyone knew it. It made him rather sad, standing on his stone terrace amid a great and ancient stand of eucalyptus trees, to realize that so much of his life was in the past. Back then, pot was part of something bigger, a life even Lyon couldn't believe he'd led. Now a joint was just a joint. How quickly life had sped by. He had had one of the best managers in the business, who'd kept him from squandering his money. So even though he was ancient and mainly retired, he could still live an appallingly decadent life. He'd somehow kept his looks, good genes was the only explanation, by the standards of most 75-year-old men. But that was a far cry from the days when Variety had described him as having been chiseled from the same granite as the mountains in his home state, New Hampshire. That was a lifetime ago. The gong rang, a relic from a Tang Dynasty Buddhist temple. The sound pleased him, not just because it meant he had company, but also because it reminded him of filming Two for the East on the Yangtze River with his co-star, Graciela Crawford Riley. He went to the door, and there stood Graciela's niece, Julia. "Welcome, my darling," he said, kissing her on both cheeks before wrapping her in a hug. "You made it up the mountain without incident." "Well worth it to see you," she said. "I've got a crumbling castle and a private road the county would like to close and condemn, but having a beautiful dinner companion lie to save my feelings makes life worth living another day." "Oh, Lyon," she smiled. "And not just any beautiful companion. You." He'd known her since she was a little girl. Graciela used to bring her up here to ride his horses. Grief had washed over her, given her the soft aspect of a watercolor, aged her, not beyond her years. But he missed the bright spark in her eyes, the ready-for-anything enthusiasm she'd had for life before Jenny's death. He missed the quick rush of emotion that had been her trademark, whether she knew it or not. He led her inside through the baronial living room and onto the terrace. The house sat on the top of Topanga's highest peak, and he took deep pleasure in seeing her drink in the wraparound view. The Pacific, Catalina and the Channel Islands, the Palos Verdes Peninsula embracing the southern end of Santa Monica Bay, 4 mountain ranges, the lights of downtown Los Angeles. The sight seemed to relax her, and that pleased him even more. "Join me in a martini?" he asked. "Not lemonade?" she teased. "You remember," he said, laughing. As a little girl, she would arrive with Grazi, and when unavoidable, John, bearing lemons she'd picked from the orchard. While the grown-ups drank gin, she would have fresh squeezed lemonade. "Of course," she said. "Well, did you bring me a basketful?" "Not tonight," she said, and he watched her smile drift away so completely it jarred him. He mixed drinks in a silver shaker, poured them into fine-stemmed crystal glasses. They sat on the terrace watching the light change from blue to tangerine, the sky's unearthly glow coating the ocean and hillsides with amber, folding shadows into the canyons and valleys. "Tell me everything," he said. "You always say that," she said. "Because I want to know every single thing." "Well, I'm here," she said. "That's the big news." "Indeed it is," Lyon said. This was her first time in California since the accident. He'd seen her back east for the funerals and when he'd done Agamemnon at Hartford's stage. She hadn't attended the show, but each day the theater had been dark during the 6-week run, he had driven down to Black Hall to stay with her and force her into pretending to be alive at least for the duration of his visits. "And how is Casa Riley?" he asked. "Dreamy as I remembered," she said. "Bonnie is loving it too." "Bonnie? Why didn't you bring her tonight?" "She seemed content to stay home. She's getting old, Lion." "Aren't we all, darling? I'm the oldest man in Hollywood." "You never get old," she said. "When I was little, I thought you were my friend more than theirs." "Thank you, love. But one can be both immature and antiquated," Lion said. They chuckled, sipping their martinis. Lion studied her over the misted rim of his glass. She was every bit as lovely as Graziella had been at her age, but where Grazia had black hair and her mother's Latina dark fire, Julia's beauty was pale, Irish, understated. Freckled skin, gray-blue eyes, high cheekbones, small mouth. While Grazia had the need of every actress Lion had ever known to be noticed and adored, Julia had always seemed quiet, more introspective, with a secret smile that never begged for attention. "What do you hear from your aunt?" he asked as offhandedly as possible. "They're having a great time," Julia said. "The house is good. John's work tracing his namesake is going well." "How thrilling," he said. "You don't sound thrilled," she said, and there was that secret smile. He gazed at her without expression. He'd always wondered how much she knew or had guessed about his feelings for Grazia. "They'll be gone for so long," he said. "One gets lonely without one's best friends. How will I amuse myself with the Rileys abandoning me for Ireland?" "You're never bored," she said. "I know you go out every night. I'm lucky to have you all to myself tonight. Everyone is in love with you." "Well, that's true," he said. "But I'd rather spend the evening by the fire playing canasta with your aunt than at some red carpet thing on the arm of whomever." "Whomever," Julia said, scoffing. "I saw you in People with that girl from the Shady Lake movies." "Ah, yes. Bee Sting, I call her. Those lips everyone wants now. As far as I'm concerned, they broke the mold with your aunt and you. Simple elegance is far sexier than pillow lips. Womanhood is a lost art." Julia shook her head, laughing, and finally beaming with a real smile. Good. Lion had succeeded at something tonight. She slouched down in her chair, comfortable at last. Her gaze swung round to the twinkling lights of downtown. Poor Los Angeles didn't have a real skyline. All its buildings clustered in one small area, more like a sky lump. Ana Guzman, his housekeeper, had cooked and left sitting on low heat mole poblano, one of the specialties passed down from her mother. And the delicious odor of ancho chilies, cloves, tomatillos, cumin, all together with turkey and deep Mexican chocolate, wafted temptingly through the open doors. Lion loved the smell. But one glance at Julia, still looking east, showed that trouble was back between her brows. "The lights of downtown offend you, my love?" he asked. "No, they're beautiful," she said. "Graziella calls them our galaxy, our own collection of nighttime stars." "That's romantic," Julia said softly, and Lion's heart skipped. After all these years, he still wanted to talk about his beloved, have people recognize their connection. But Graziella had always been so discreet, while other actresses wanted gossip to push their careers, even in the old days, no matter what the studios said, and had wrapped them in a secret. "Do you know Roberto?" she asked. "Rossellini? He was a little ahead of my time, but I did know Ingrid. In spite of her love for him and the cost to her career, he couldn't keep it in his pants." "No, Roberto at Graziella and John's. He runs the orchard." "Oh," Lion said, taken aback. "I thought Tonio did that." "Tonio left. Now it's Roberto." "Why would you ask?" "I just wondered if you knew his story." Who knows the stories of help, Lion wondered. You cared about them. They became part of the family. But their tales of poverty and coming to the States in search of a better life, where they wound up getting paid $30 a day, if that, were uniformly too much to bear. He had learned early, especially living in L.A., that one couldn't save the world. It was a heartbreak even to try. "No, I don't," Lyon said. Why would he live in East L.A. when the cottage on the property is so nice? It seemed such a long way for him to drive back and forth each day. That explained it. Her long, worried gaze across the great expanse of hills and valleys to the light grid of greater Los Angeles. She was staring toward East L.A. And for what? Lyon saw no smile on her lips or in her eyes, so it wasn't that she had a crush on the orchard manager. Perhaps he had offended her somehow. "Would you like me to have a word with him?" Lyon asked. "No, why?" "You seem bothered, as if he'd upset you." Lyon waited. She merely sipped her martini and didn't reply. The expression on her face led him to believe Roberto had upset her indeed, but she wasn't asking for help. His darling Julia was a thinker, just like all the intellectuals on the Riley side. She was probably pondering the anthropological implications of something or other as they related to orchard workers. They finished their drinks and went inside. Anna had left everything perfectly ready for them, the table set, stove on low, the mole barely simmering, corn tortillas in the steamer. Julia exclaimed over how great it smelled, helping Lyon serve the dinner. She was here, they were talking and laughing and eating, but every so often she'd glance east, at a wall that had no windows, as if she were trying to look through plaster and see all the way to the barrios of East L.A. Julia. The road down from Lyon's mountaintop house was even more treacherous after dark, hairpin twists and turns, and some stretches unpaved. Topanga Canyon smelled like sage, and the air, heavy with moisture from the ocean, felt like black velvet. By the time Julia got home, she was sweaty and shaking. The property welcomed her. Low lights lined the driveway, and the casa's front porch was lit warmly. Globes of moist air surrounded the lanterns, casting a tantalizing glow. All the more so because she couldn't remember leaving them on. The night felt hot, her skin clammy. She parked in the circular drive, fumbled in her bag for the keys, and let herself into the house. "Hi, girl," she said to Bonnie, who was waiting in the front hall, creaking to her feet to greet Julia. "Want to go for a walk?" But as she was looking for the flashlight, she heard the fountain trickling and thought of how good water would feel on her skin. After quickly changing into her blue one-piece suit, she flipped the switch by the kitchen door and watched the underwater lights illuminate the big swimming pool. She and Bonnie walked down the orchard path, smooth stones crunching underfoot. Her aunt and uncle had taught her to crave night swims as a child, and she'd passed that love on to Jenny. They would walk 500 yards down to the beach and dive into Long Island Sound, with nothing more than moon and starlight to show them the way. The weather didn't matter. They would swim on stormy nights as happily as warm, calm ones. Now she hurried down the orchard path toward the cliff trail and wondered how she could make her way down to the Pacific. She heard the surf pounding, saw white lines of big waves in the black water, and had a sudden craving for the ocean. Both she and Jenny had loved rough water, swimming after storms. It took everything she had to make Jenny stay inside till the worst was over, and when it was, they'd run down to the beach, lean into the strong wind, feel the power of the tremendous waves in the usually tranquil sound. The summer before Jenny died, Hurricane Noreen came barreling up the East Coast. They'd watched it on TV, seeing houses on the Outer Banks battered by surf that crashed over their rooftops, knocking down chimneys and sweeping several houses out to sea. People in Black Hall and weather forecasters were saying this might be the storm to rival the Great Hurricane of 1938, the last one to really devastate the Connecticut shoreline. Jenny and Timmy went to Black Hall Hardware to stock up on supplies. They bought extra candles, flashlights, water jugs, and 2x4s to secure the shutters over the windows. Peter was in Denver taking depositions, but he called to make sure the boat was hauled and the terrace furniture stowed in the garage. Timmy's parents needed his help at home up Route 156 near the Connecticut River. Julia had watched the two kids clinging to each other as if the hurricane might rip them apart forever. They were together constantly, and when that was impossible, texting and phoning. There was almost bound to be a power outage, and Julia could already imagine Jenny's panic. But she was secretly glad to have her daughter to herself. Together, she and Jenny shuttered the windows and nailed in the 2x4s to reinforce the wrought iron closures on the house's most vulnerable east and south-facing sides. Julia let Jenny climb the ladder and bang in the nails. Together, they climbed out on the gently sloping roof over the seaward sunroom and cleaned out the gutter to keep the rainwater flowing. Bonnie felt the change in barometric pressure before they did and began barking and running down to the beach and back. The temperature rose and felt damp and tropical. The air was still, the sky blue with high, thin clouds. When the wind barely started picking up, it turned the leaves on the maple and oak trees upside down, and the sky became the color of a yellowing bruise. Julia and Jenny changed into their bathing suits and ran through the yard and down the long, sandy, oak-lined path, Bonnie flying ahead of them. This stretch of beach was wild, part of a nature sanctuary. It was backed by marshland with fine green grasses rippling in long patterns. Hard against the marsh grass were huge tree trunks, wood silvered by countless storms. Julia could name each hurricane or blizzard during which each tree had washed up. She wondered whether Noreen would uproot oaks and pines, wreck docks and cottages, and deposit the detritus along the shoreline. And Jenny was right. Storms sometimes shifted the sand and earth, revealing artifacts from the Indian period. And here on this very beach was revealed a 19th century, 350-ton warship that had fought the British in the War of 1812 and been wrecked here during a hurricane. For now, the elements were just starting to rise, the normal-sized waves swelling to giant rollers that broke on the bar and came seething into shore with a layer of white foam. Julia and Jenny dropped their towels and dove in. The air was so warm, but so was the water, as if the tropical storm were already here but hadn't yet fully shown itself. One year, a message in a bottle had washed up. Jenny had opened it immediately. "Hello, my name is Willa. I am 12. The storm is coming. My family lives on Chincoteague, Virginia. If you find this, please write me." Jenny had written back, and for a few years she and Willa had been pen pals, but the friendship had trailed off. Since then, during every serious storm, Jenny had sent her own messages in bottles and had heard back twice. Once from a girl in Bass Harbor, Maine, and once from a World War II veteran in Devon, England. Julia and Jenny swam for a long time, then dried off and headed back to the house. Julia had stocked up at the A&P and Ritter's farm stand with provisions that would last if the power went out. They had the outdoor grill for cooking and an antique oak ice chest that had come with the old house. Just in case, Julia had bought 2 blocks of ice from the fish market to hold the food. Bluefish were running, so Julia had picked some up. She and Jenny made a classic summer dinner: grilled fish, red potato salad made with vinaigrette and grain mustard, butter and sugar corn on the cob, and fresh peach ice cream from Paradise Ice Cream for dessert. They ate outside on the porch with candles and hurricane lamps. The wind began to shake the trees, and they could hear the surf smashing over the sandbar. "I want to get married in a hurricane," Jenny said. "With a tent in the yard that can blow away?" Julia said. "Yes, and Timmy and I will wear wetsuits instead of a suit and a gown, and we'll all go swimming at the peak of the storm. Maybe we'll say our vows in the water." "That's romantic. You're the best, Mom." "I want everything to stay just like this," Jenny said. Julia nodded because she knew exactly what she meant. "I'll go away to college in a couple of years," Jenny said. "We won't be together." "What? You think I'm not moving to college with you?" Julia asked. Jenny laughed and snuffled. Don't joke. I'm not. If I get into Brown, Providence isn't so far, an hour and a half. Julia nodded. Jenny had thought this through. They were still holding hands on the table, and Jenny wouldn't let go. Julia had thought Jenny's biggest worry was what would happen with Timmy. He probably didn't have a chance at Brown, but they'd been talking about his applying to other schools in Rhode Island. Mom, what if I decided not to go? To Brown? First of all, it's so hard to get into. I think you have a great chance, but I don't want you to get your hopes up. Also, just because Dad and I went there doesn't mean you have to. There are lots of other great choices. No, I mean not go to college at all. Why would you say that? Jenny shrugged. I don't know. What if I just stayed home and worked? I'd say you're giving up a really good chance at life and finding out who you are. Sorry if I sound corny and motherly, but that is my job. I love what we have, Jenny said. I love being home. What if I was away and something happened to you? I'm healthy. I'm going to live a long time and be a great old lady. You don't have to worry for decades and decades. Promise? Cross my heart. But still, Jenny, I know how you feel. You're making me remember exactly what it was like. I loved my parents, too. I remember some nights, lying in bed, knowing they were safe in the next room, closing my eyes tight, and just wishing so hard that we could just stay like that, the way we were right then, forever. That's exactly how I feel. Jenny moved her hands over the candles as if casting a spell. Let us be this way forever, she chanted. Let it be so, Julia said. The spirits have spoken. Jenny laughed. She seemed to shake off her dark mood and jumped up from the table. They cleaned up the dishes, and Jenny disappeared into her room to call Timmy. The storm picked up, and wind howled off the water. The first rain started to fall, pelting the shuttered windows. The lights flickered, but stayed on. It's here, Jenny said, running into the kitchen. Let's call Dad before the lines go down, Julia suggested. They dialed his cell, and it went straight to voicemail. Jenny left a message telling him he was missing a great time. Julia decided to try his room at the Brown Palace Hotel. The operator rang his room, and he picked up. We just wanted to say hi before the hurricane knocks the power out, she said. How's it look so far? It's blowing hard. Jenny ran to check the anemometer. Steady 40, gusting to 65 so far. Can I talk to him? How are the depositions going? Julia asked. Good, but very busy. I'm sorry I'm not there with you, he said. But Julia felt sad because she knew he was saying it because he thought he should, not because he really meant it. Thanks, she said. Hope it goes well tomorrow. Here's Jenny. Hey, Dad, it's howling here. Mom and I are about to go swimming again. As she spoke, Jenny watched Julia for a reaction. Yeah, it's dark, and the waves are huge. We'll be careful, Jenny smiled. Okay, have a good night, Dad. Too bad you're not here. I really miss you. She hung up the phone and turned to Julia, waiting. Yeah, Julia said. Let's do it. This was just the storm's front edge. It would get much worse later. They put on dry bathing suits, but Jenny paused before running out the door. She scribbled a note, found an empty wine bottle. Mom, you write something too, she said. Julia read what Jenny had written. Hello, from Blackhall, Connecticut, USA. My mother and I are about to go swimming in Long Island Sound in Hurricane Noreen. We hope this note reaches you wherever you may be. Hurricane currents travel far and wide. Write us back here. Julia and Jenny Hughes, P.O. Box 198, Blackhall, Connecticut, 06371. Julia wrote, Tonight we are mermaids, and the sea is ours. We're a force to be reckoned with, mothers and daughters forever. They sealed the note in the green wine bottle, stuck the cork in as tight as it would go, and headed down the path with flashlights, Bonnie beside them, barking at the wind. When they reached the sand, they felt the hurricane plowing into them. Holding hands, they stood knee-deep in the surf. The tide was going out, so they walked a few more yards before dunking in. Jenny held the bottle. The waves were steady, big and beautiful, with white tops that glistened even in the darkness. Julia saw Jenny let the bottle go. It bobbed on the surface, the tide and current sweeping it to who knew where. They swam and dove and played in the waves. Being a beach girl had no expiration date. Julia loved the storm energy as much as Jenny did. They hadn't even brought towels. Heading home, they felt the rain wash the salt from their hair and bodies. By the time they reached the house, the power was out. They lit candles and sat on the porch, listening to the storm build and build. Julia held on to that hurricane memory. While Bonnie wandered through the lemon trees, Julia headed for the pool and dove in. The water cooled her skin, calmed her heart. Seeing Lion had undone her in ways she'd never expected. Visiting his house alone had made her feel like a child again, as if she'd never had Jenny. And seeing him get old, so obviously in love and longing for Graziella, had made her sad. More than anything, she still felt troubled by the talk she'd had with Roberto earlier. 5 years without Jenny, and for him 5 without Rosa. She swam hard, doing laps, burning off the emotion. It was a saltwater pool, and closing her eyes, she could almost imagine that she was swimming in the ocean. Coming up for breath, she treaded water, glancing around for Bonnie. Not seeing her, she whistled. The air felt soft on her skin. She smelled lemons and pine, and listened for the sound of her collie nosing through underbrush. Instead, she heard human footsteps. They stopped just outside the circle of light, and she felt someone watching her. "Hello?" she said. "I didn't want to disturb you." She recognized Roberto's voice before he appeared, Bonnie at his side. "You're not," she said, although she felt self-conscious in the bright pool. It was late, at least 11 p.m., and she knew he rose early. "Did the lights wake you up?" "No," he said. "I was waiting." He hesitated. "I wasn't sleeping. I heard Bonnie outside my cabin." "Sorry about that." "Don't worry for me," he said, "but for Bonnie. The coyotes are out at night. I'm afraid one of them could take her down." "Thanks for getting her," she said. "No problem. Want me to put her in the house so you can finish your swim?" "That's okay," she said. "I was finished anyway." He'd walked closer to the pool, and the sparkling light reflected into his burnished face. His hair looked black and, although short, untamable. She swam to the steps, pulled the towel around her shoulders. "Did you turn on the porch lights?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "I saw you drive out and thought you might be back after dark." She nodded. She was primed to feel intruded on. She'd been so independent all these years, hiding out from the world, never expecting someone to keep the light on for her. But his tone was soft, and she felt very glad to see him. She wondered whether he felt their earlier conversation was as unfinished as she did. "I thought you might have gone home to sleep tonight," she said. The wind stopped blowing. "It's true," he said. They were surrounded by silence. The trees were still, the branches and leaves unmoving. Even the waves at the foot of the cliff seemed hushed. "So why didn't you go home?" she asked. "I guess I wanted to stay on the property until you get used to it. It can feel very empty here alone at night," he smiled. "Besides, Bonnie needed looking after." "I won't let her out alone at night again, I promise," she said. "Are coyotes the only predators?" "At night there are many," he said. "Bujos, owls. But Bonnie's too big for them. But mountain lions, bobcats, cascabeles." "Cascabeles?" "T-t-t-t," he said, shaking his index finger. "Serpientes." "Rattlesnakes. We saw them in the desert." "The desert?" he asked. She shrugged. "Field study for my master's degree." "Well," he said, "they hunt on hot nights." "Thanks. We'll be careful," she said, starting toward the house. He walked her to the door. His shoulder was close to hers, and she felt heat coming off his skin. "You should take a swim on your way back to the cabin," she said. "The water felt really good."
"Thank you, but—"
he began. They had reached the front door. She waited for him to finish his sentence, but he stopped himself and didn't seem inclined to continue. Her mind had been racing ever since their talk by the cliff, but swimming had calmed her down. "Roberto, did you stay here tonight because you wanted to talk?" she asked. He didn't reply, so she sat on the top step, and he had no choice but to sit beside her.
"Yes, maybe,"
he said once Bonnie had turned in narrowing circles and settled at their feet. "Today on the cliff path," she said, "Jenny and Rosa."
"Si," he said, "our daughters. I thought it is too hard for you to talk."
"I thought the same about you," she said.
"Rosa is lost," he said.
Lost could mean so many things. Parents said their children were lost, to drugs, to the streets, to the wrong friends. "You can help her, can't you?" Julia asked. "You're her father. She needs you."
"I think she doesn't need a father like me," he said.
"Of course she does." He shook his head, looked away. His face was in shadow, but she could see it etched with worry and shame.
"You don't understand," he said. "I'm the one who lost her."
"What do you mean?"
"You mentioned the desert. Which one did you mean?"
"The Sonoran."
"You know it?"
"Not really. I was there with the professor studying migration patterns. Never mind. Why, Roberto? What happened?"
"We crossed from Mexico into Arizona," he said, "through the desert. I let go of her hand. Just for a minute, I thought. She was hot and tired, and I told her to wait by the boulder, in the shade of the big rock. And I went ahead. We were supposed to meet a driver who'd take us to a safe house, and I wanted to find the road."
She listened, feeling chills.
"I got picked up," he said, "by the border patrol."
"But didn't you tell them about her? Wouldn't they have gone back to get her?"
"At first no one believed me, thought I was lying to distract them, maybe escape, I don't know. Finally, when they took me to the detention center, I got an agent to listen. He was the boss, Senor Jack Leary, and went to where I said, he said. But she wasn't there."
"Oh, Roberto, no," Julia said.
"After I got processed and deported, I crossed back on my own. No coyote, no one to guide me. I found my way to the same spot, the same boulder, but Rosa was gone."
"No," Julia said. "Where?"
"I have no idea. It's 5 years, and I know she's gone. But I dream of her looking for me, circling that rock and waiting for me to come back."
"When I first asked, you said she was in Mexico."
"Sometimes I hope she is," he said. "That she survived and she's with a good family."
"What about home in Mexico? What about her mother?"
"Her mother and I were young when Rosa was born. She left us both. Rosa doesn't know her. My grandmother was mother to her."
"Wouldn't Rosa have told someone where she was from?"
"She was only 6 during the crossing. I taught her the name of our town. She knew it. But my grandmother, no one in my family has ever heard anything."
"Oh, God, 6 years old."
"And Jenny?"
16. He took her hand then, waiting, and she felt ready to tell him. "She died in a car crash 5 years ago, with her father." He held her hand tightly, waiting. "She was driving. It happened on our road, at the end of our driveway. She was a good driver, but she missed the turn. The police think she did it on purpose." Roberto put his arms around her. She leaned against his body and smelled his sweat and let him hold her. No one had, in a long time. She couldn't stand being close to anyone. But she felt words moving between them, stories of their daughters passing from her heart to his and back. They were so silent, she could hear moths in the night-blooming jasmine vines that grew up the house columns. Distant waves crashed on the rocks below the cliff, relentless and discordant. Julia couldn't help doing the math, adding the years, and when she closed her eyes and leaned her head on Roberto's shoulder, she could feel 21-year-old Jenny and 11-year-old Rosa sitting on the steps beside them. Roberto stayed for a long time. Julia didn't want to move. The longer they sat there, the more she could feel their daughters, just like in her old dream of Luna and Maria and the man with a scar seared into his face. She glanced up at Roberto, traced his cheek with her fingers. It felt smooth, no evidence of a burn. "I used to have this dream," she said, "from the time I was young. 2 little girls in Mexico, always in danger, and a man nearby to protect them." "There's no one to protect," he began. But in the dream, he was so real, so good. I'd feel scared for the girls, maybe I was one of them. But I knew he'd protect them. Us. "You dreamed of Mexico?" he asked. "Why?" "It means something to me, to our family. Hasn't John ever told you?" "Signor Riley?" he asked. "No." She hesitated, debating whether to tell him her family legend. It even connected to John's reasons for being in Ireland now, but stopped herself. The protector was just a figment of her dreams. He hadn't helped Jenny, and he couldn't help Rosa. Bringing him up to Roberto would just make her sound as crazy as she sometimes felt. A coyote called from the hills, and another answered. Bonnie growled, struggled to her feet, and Roberto caught her by the collar. "I'd better get her inside," Julia said. "Yes," Roberto said. "Keep her safe." "Thank you," Julia said, opening the door. He nodded, watched until they were inside and she'd bolted the door. She watched him through the window, making his way back toward the cabin, and she waited until he disappeared into the shadows before turning off the porch lights. Chapter 3. Julia. The weeks went by slowly. Julia felt lazy and quiet, as if the molecules of her body were knitting together, healing the parts of her that had stayed so raw at home in Connecticut. As September rolled into October, she slept a lot, everywhere but in her bed, in a wicker chaise on the oceanfront terrace, on a blanket on Leo Carrillo Beach. After their talk, she and Roberto kept their distance. She had guarded herself for so long, she felt strange and exposed. Not only had she told him about Jenny, she'd listened to his story about Rosa. It haunted her. Not only the horror of losing her, but the fact that nothing was resolved. He'd had no body to bury, no certain knowledge of her death. Julia had spent a summer in the desert south of where Roberto lost Rosa. She'd focused on that part of the world because of Uncle John, her time spent in California, her early familiarity with families who had made their way north from Central America. Meeting Roberto brought that desert time, nearly all of it spent with Jenny, back to her. Julia had had 5 years of insomnia, but this time was different. Usually she relived that last morning. Breakfast with Peter and Jenny, plans for riding lessons and Super Bowl errands, the ease of it all, the astonishing ordinariness of that last day. And the truth, impossible to bear even after all this time, after the proof of it, that there had been no signs that it was the end, that life as they'd all known it was over. Jenny had smiled. Julia remembered that every sleepless night, Jenny's pretty, tired smile at the breakfast table. Peter believed, or acted as if he did, that first love was no big deal. Jenny would get through it, outgrow her feelings for Timmy, learn a lesson, and be stronger for it. Julia had wanted him to be supportive of Jenny, stay up talking as long as she needed, take her side against Timmy. Jenny's heart was breaking. and she had never needed her father's love more. Peter raced off to work every day, armed for battle with his briefcase. But at home, he had seemed to lose track of what they needed. Not just Julia and Jenny, but the three of them, all together, as a family. Peter wanted to think Jenny was fine, that horseback riding would take her mind off the breakup. When Julia had gazed at her daughter across the table that morning, she'd expected to see dark crescents under her eyes, worry and anxiety, and a wish the phone would ring, a constant vigilance, hoping and waiting for Timmy to come back. Instead, she saw Jenny smiling, with something like relief. All those sleepless nights when Julia had remembered Jenny's smile, she'd asked herself, if Jenny could look that way at breakfast, even for a few seconds, with laughter behind her eyes and real humor, how was it possible for her to feel such despair just 2 hours later, that she'd push down on the gas so hard she'd hit the wall going 50 or more? These last weeks in Malibu had given her moments of distraction from those thoughts. Roberto's story about his daughter touched a soft, painful spot in Julia's heart. It kept her awake, thinking about Rosa and where she could be. She thought of that moment sitting with Roberto, where she'd felt Jenny right there with her. How close she had seemed, how real. It was almost as if the story of this little girl, separated from her father, had made Jenny materialize. Nothing in life had soothed Julia all these years until then. She wished there was some way to help him find some comfort too. That morning she got up at dawn. She fed Bonnie and stood in the cozy kitchen, waiting for the coffee to finish brewing. Staring out the window, she couldn't even see the fountain 10 yards away. The fog was so heavy, it swaddled the house and every tree in the orchard, made every object invisible to everything else. Her aunt and uncle's kitchen was old-fashioned in the extreme, dating back to when her uncle and father had been boys. The wooden furniture was rustic, with a few pieces painted turquoise and bright yellow to match small square floral tiles set among the larger terracotta ones. The stove and refrigerator were vintage Maytag, eggshell enamel with rounded corners. Open shelves above the tiled sink were stacked with red, blue, and green pottery plates and bowls. Ornately tooled, tarnished silver trays were displayed on a hutch containing cookware and drawers of silver flatware. Julia stood in front of the corner bookcase. Floor to ceiling, it contained cookbooks and plastic 3-ring binders. While Bonnie finished her breakfast, Julia stood with her coffee mug, staring at the books. They covered decades, if not a whole century. Some looked glossy and brand new, others had titles worn away by time and salt air, and many were in foreign languages. Julia knew from previous visits that the entire kitchen library concerned lemons. There were texts on the design and maintenance of lemon orchards. She found art books with drawings and paintings of lemons by Matisse, Picasso, Cézanne, Cassatt, Sargent, Velázquez, and Goya. There was a whole shelf devoted to women surrealist painters, mostly Mexican, who had painted lemons. Frida Kahlo, Louise Bourgeois, Leonora Carrington, Dorothea Tanning, and Remedios Varo. There were histories, novels, and especially cookbooks with lemon in assorted languages in the title. Limon, citron, limao, citrom, lemonu, limone, citrena, and more. Julia first gravitated to technical books regarding structure and design of citrus groves, and Chumash Indian sites uncovered during construction. Abalone shells covered with red ochre ceremonial paint, petroglyphs carved into a rock ledge, a steatite boiling stone. She reached for a well-worn cookbook. Its cloth cover had been green with gold leaf lettering, but age had turned it all brown. She turned the pages, saw her grandmother's fine handwriting on the flyleaf and in the margins. Standing there, she felt the desire to make something simple that would taste delicious. Jenny had loved baking. Julia's skin tingled, as if Jenny were right there with her, helping her come up with a plan to help Roberto and Rosa. She glanced outside looking for him, but the fog was still too thick to see.
"Come on, Bon," she said. "Let's go out." Bonnie seemed to smile. She always looked that way, happy, her tongue hanging out. Julia clipped on the leash, slipped a canvas bag over her shoulder. The air was damp, but not cold like New England fog. Beneath the slight chill, she felt the land's warmth pulling the water droplets straight off the ocean. The sun hadn't risen over the mountains, but the day's light permeated the marine layer and turned it silver. She and Bonnie walked through the orchard, circling toward the barn and Roberto's cabin, along the old rutted, unpaved service road. Walking in the ghostly mist, she felt Jenny's presence. A rabbit scampered across their path, and Bonnie let out a sharp bark. The ranch trucks were parked in the turnaround, but she didn't see Roberto's old black Toyota Tundra. For a moment her heart sank, but then she heard the barn door creak open. She turned, smiling, expecting to see him. "Hola, miss," Serapio said. "Good morning," Julia said. "How are you?" "I am fine," he said. "Is Roberto here?" she asked. "No," he said. "He worked many days in a row. With the fog and no wind, he take today to go home." "Oh, okay," she said, disappointed. "Is there something I can help with?" "No, thanks," she said. Starting to walk away, she paused. Baking muffins would prolong the sense of Jenny being with her, and she'd do anything to hold on to that. "I'd like to borrow one of the lemon pickers," she said. Serapio disappeared into the barn, returned a moment later with a long, extendable pole that had a clipper and small basket at the top end. "When the rest of the crew comes, we can pick as many lemons as you want," he said. "That's all right," Julia said. "I used to be pretty good at it when I was young. Let's see how I do now." Serapio laughed, as if he could see no point in a grown woman wanting to pick lemons when she had an entire crew at her disposal. She walked through sheets of gray cloud, the gnarled and twisted trees lining the path, their bitter fruit hanging low on the boughs. She dropped the leash to pluck the first lemon. Another rabbit darted into the brush, but Bonnie pretended not to see. Her arthritis was too bad, and even without the excuse of the leash tugging at her throat, she didn't want to bother giving chase to an animal she had no hope of catching. Roberto Rodriguez lived in the back apartment of his father's house on North Boyle Avenue. He didn't have a particular day off, but when the winds weren't blowing, he put Serapio in charge and returned home to see his family. Family was everything to Roberto, the reason he had come to the United States in the first place. It seemed confusing, considering how much he missed the grandmother who had raised him, and Rosa, and all his tios and primos in the village where he'd grown up. But he was here for them. The money he sent home helped them to survive. His grandma had cancer, and his tia took her to the hospital for treatment every week. He stripped off his dusty clothes, took a shower. The walls were thin, and even with the water running, he could hear the La Reina del Sur on television in his father's house. He dried off, pulled on fresh jeans and a white t-shirt. By habit, he splashed on Polo cologne and walked outside to enter through the front door. "Hola, Esperanza," he said to his father's wife, and leaned down to give her a kiss. "Su papá está durmiendo," she said, giving him a hug, then returning to her knitting and the TV show. Roberto nodded. He sat on the couch opposite Esperanza and settled down to wait. Even now, at 35 years old, the idea of seeing his father warmed him. Roberto was his own man, no question, and there was only one opinion he cared about in this world. His father had left Mexico when Roberto was 5 to come to the States in search of a better life. His father's snores coming from the bedroom, the only other room in the apartment besides the kitchen, comforted him. The room was dark, the day was getting hot, and Esperanza had closed the curtains to keep out the sun. The yellow walls were hung with old photos, of Roberto's father as a young man, of Esperanza and her mother, of Roberto's grandmother, of Roberto himself, and of Rosa. A statue of Our Lady of Guadalupe stood in the corner, surrounded by candles, but Esperanza lit them only on Sundays and holidays. The darkness and the sounds of his father's snoring, Esperanza's knitting needles clicking,
and the voices on TV lulled Roberto. He felt tired from too many days without a break, and he stared at Rosa's photo. It had been taken at school, first grade, just before they'd begun their journey north. His grandmother had saved it and sent it to Roberto once he'd reached L.A. The airless room and the droning noise made his eyes heavy. He remembered the first time his father left. He felt as if the world had ended. Without his father there to help him and kiss him good night, he thought he had disappeared, not just his father, but Roberto himself. He would walk to school, but he couldn't learn, or more, that he didn't want to. And anything that seeped into his mind happened accidentally. All he could think of was the empty hole where he and his father used to be. He worked hard in the fields before and after school. His hands were covered with calluses, and his feet hurt because his boots were too small, and they couldn't afford bigger ones. In spite of the money his father sent home, the family never had quite enough to eat. Roberto grew tall, and he was very thin. At 11, he was ashamed of his height. The fact the kids called him flaco, skinny, didn't help. Every other year, his father would return. On those occasions, Roberto came back to life. He could feel the excitement in the house building. His grandmother would have gotten word somehow, and the smells of good food cooking would fill the house. She didn't even have to tell Roberto. He knew by the way the worry lines around her eyes and mouth softened. His tias, sisters of his father, would show up with food, and everyone would wait. No one waited better than Roberto. He would go to the edge of town, where the only road from Puebla came in, and he would sit on a rock and watch for dust in the distance, a sign that a car or bus was approaching. His heart would skip beats more and more till he could barely breathe. Then he would see his father's face in the window of his uncle's car or the big blue bus, and he'd jump up and follow it all the way to his grandma's house, dying to be the first one to greet his father as he stepped onto the yard. "Papa!" he called his father. It was confusing because when his father was away, he also called his grandfather Papa. It was almost like having two fathers, one who was there and the real one who was only there sometimes. The real one was Roberto's king. His father would hug and kiss everyone, give small presents he had brought back from L.A., maybe something extra special like a dress for his grandmother, and then they would all have dinner. There would be candles and music, best of all some kind of meat, not just beans and rice. His grandfather liked to drink, so there would be cerveza, and after many beers his grandfather would get mean and start saying things like, "Why don't you send more money? Are you spending it on women? You leave your son here or we have to raise him. The least you can do is send us enough money." His grandmother would try to soothe him, but nothing worked. The cerveza had power over him, and eventually the old man would nod off at the table, and the family would carry him off to bed. After everyone cleaned up, the aunts would go home. His grandmother would say good night and go to her room, and Roberto and his father would sit on the couch. Always there was his father's strong arm around him, and his voice telling Roberto about the better life, and asking him about school, and work in the orchard and cornfields, and what was happening in the family. And he would tell Roberto other things, too. "You have strength inside," his father would say. "No one can make you do anything." "No one?" Roberto asked one time. There were many things people tried to make him do. His oldest cousin, Hernandez, was lazy, and when they were in the fields he told Roberto to do extra work while he lay in the sun or went climbing in the hills to look for hidden gold. Carlos, a boy at school, had weed and agave, and was always saying he'd tell everyone Roberto was a flaco pussy if he didn't smoke and drink with him. These pressures were hard to resist. "Not one person in this world," his father said. He seemed to sense the stresses Roberto was under, but didn't ask for names or stories. "You have power, son, and you are the only one. Even I cannot tell you what to do." Roberto wanted to say that wasn't true. His father could tell him anything, and he would do it. His father was darker than Roberto and stocky. He had thick black hair and a mustache and sometimes a beard. His eyes were black while Roberto's were brown, but there was no mistaking the fact they were father and son. When his father was home, he worked in the field and orchard like before. Roberto wanted to skip school to be with him, but his father made him go. He never told his father about Senor Teodoro, the teacher who would rip up his papers and make fun of him in front of the class because he never got his homework right. Roberto knew it was because he worked so many hours it didn't leave enough time for study. And besides, he had no one to help him with schoolwork. Other kids had mothers. Even if their fathers had gone to the United States, their mothers stayed home and cared for them. Roberto couldn't even remember his mother's smile, or the touch of her hand, or the sound of her voice. She had died when he was born. His grandmother had never finished 6th grade. His grandfather couldn't even write his own name, but made an X to sign papers. So they would sit there on the couch, his father telling Roberto lessons about life, with one arm around his shoulder. Then, as Roberto grew sleepy, his father would pat his chest the way he had when he was a baby, and made the sound, shh, 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 over and over again, shh, 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 until Roberto couldn't tell the difference between his father's voice and the sound of blood coursing through his own veins, and he would fall asleep. When he was 12, and Geraldo, an older boy at school, started shoving him around, his father told him he needed to learn to fight. On that trip home, his father taught him to do push-ups, 100 at a time, to run fast and to climb trees. He told him the most important thing was to keep his eyes on his opponent, never look away, move in fast, strike hard, use his speed. Never fake, never think it's a game. If you fight to win. After a few matches, Geraldo and his friends left Roberto alone. Roberto didn't like to fight, but he would if he had to. His father had taught him there were many things in life a person would rather not do, but you had to survive, and one of the ways to do that was to maintain your honor. Now in the living room with La Reina del Sur filling the TV screen, Roberto looked up at Rosa's picture and wondered, as he did every time he looked at it, why he hadn't taken the biggest lesson from his father. Leave his child in Mexico and go to America to work. Send home money and visit when he could. Crossing the border had become much more dangerous during the years since his father had first left, and getting a green card, as his father had, was now almost impossible. But Roberto hadn't been able to bear the idea of being apart from Rosa. And as beautiful as the reunions with his father had been, the long stretches of months and years in between had been unbearable. Each year his father had come home to the village wearing polo cologne, and one time when he'd left to go back to L.A., he'd forgotten the bottle in the bathroom. Every night Roberto would open the bottle and stand there with his nose in it, just to bring back the sense of his father. He had wanted Rosa to have more than just a few visits, a remembered scent to help her hold on to her father. He wanted her to have him, for them to be together. In his family, for some cursed reason, all the women in his family, except for his grandmother, left. Adriana had run off to Mexico City, too young and wild to give up her life to be a mother to Rosa and a wife to Roberto. And Roberto's mother had died. When his grandmother was most angry at Rosa's mother for leaving, she blamed it on a curse put on the family by a bruja who lived in the hills high above the village. Nearly every day, Roberto thought he should give up life here in the States and go home. When they were kids, he and his cousins went to school and worked hard in the fields, but when they had a moment of spare time, they would run into the hills and look for more gold. Sitting in his father's dark living room, Roberto dreamed of being there now, with Rosa, finding the gold and building a good house and taking care of everyone. "Hey, hijo," his father said, coming into the living room. He wore an undershirt and baggy jeans, and his face was wrinkled from the pillow. He never hugged Roberto anymore, hadn't since he became a man. But being called son felt good, and Roberto stood to greet him. "Bien, bien. ¿Y tú, papá?" Roberto asked. "Good. You're not at work." "I'm going back soon," Roberto said. "Just came home to eat and get some things." "Eat with us," Esperanza said, putting down her knitting and going into the kitchen. Roberto waited for his father to sit, then followed suit. His father's eyes were still heavy from sleep. He blinked as he used the clicker to change the channel and find something else to watch on TV. He stopped on a program about tigers on Discovery en Español. They watched the male lying in jungle shadows, his stripes making him invisible to the gazelle. Roberto glanced at his father. He would wait for the commercial before speaking. He looked up at Rosa's picture. Seeing it here on the wall with the rest of the family comforted him. He saw the sparkle of her smile, her sheer exuberance bursting out of the frame, and it made him believe she was out there somewhere, just waiting for him to find her. What was easier, knowing or not knowing? Finality or crazy hope? He thought of Julia, of what she knew about Jenny, and he realized he wouldn't trade places with her. Weeks later, he remembered their talk. They had sat on the front step until fog rolled in from the ocean and stars went behind the mountain. She was gringa, Americana, and Roberto's English wasn't perfect. But they had both lost daughters, and they understood each other. What she had for Jenny, he had for Rosa. He pictured her blue eyes. He had never been close to anyone with eyes that color, and he thought they were strange and perfect. He wondered what color Jenny's eyes had been. He wondered if Julia had looked into his brown eyes, or glanced down at their arms entwined around each other, and noticed how pale her skin had looked next to his. He had lived in this country for 5 years, and he had worked for the Rileys part of that time, but most of his time had been spent with other Mexicans, living here in Boyle Heights, working for Americans but not hanging out with them, and definitely not holding them, and feeling as if their hearts were speaking, as if his knew every single thing in hers. They hadn't kissed, it wasn't like that. After a long time, they'd said goodnight. He'd watched until she was safe inside and waited for the porch light to go out before he'd walked back to his cabin. They had kept away from each other since. For him, it was because his feelings were too strong. For her, it might have been that she felt embarrassed for opening her heart to the man who worked in her uncle's orchard. The commercial came on, loud music and a woman saying Popeye's chicken was the best. His father yawned. Roberto wanted to ask his father something. His mind was racing, but when he imagined putting the thoughts into words, he could hear his father giving him advice. Don't make a mistake. Don't jeopardize your good job. Don't imagine that she could ever feel anything real for you. What is it, son? His father asked. There is a lady staying at Casa Riley, he said. While the Rileys are in Irlanda? Si, their niece. What is she like? She's very nice. Remember, she probably talks to her aunt and uncle, so make sure everything in the orchard is better than ever. I will. It is a very good job, his father said, as he always did, reminding Roberto how important it was to work, not just for him, but for the family back home. He wasn't criticizing, just reminding. The best, Roberto said. Is the niece good-looking? Beautiful, Roberto said. And rich, his father said. Be careful and behave yourself. Roberto nodded. He knew his father was trying to protect him and his job. He would never understand what had happened between them, and Roberto wouldn't even try to explain. After a while, Esperanza called them into the kitchen for lunch, chicken and rice. They ate without saying much. At one point, Roberto glanced at his father and saw him watching him. It made Roberto feel uncomfortable. His father was trying to figure out what was going on. Then they both went back to their food, while in the other room the voice on TV talked about how one single tiger killed 7 gazelles in a matter of minutes. Chapter 4. Julia. Another week passed. It was fall, and the orchard needed a lot of tending. Julia saw Roberto working with his crew, eliminating fire hazards, cutting back brush on the hillsides. pruning low branches in the orchard, raking dry leaves and fallen bougainvillea blossoms. The men, Roberto, Serapio, and anywhere from 2 to 5 others, worked hard each morning, then stopped for lunch in the shade of the barn at noon. Roberto was always the first to stand, brush himself off, and walk back into the orchard. He directed the guys, but did the same hard work himself. When Julia walked Bonnie, she waved and called hello, and Roberto always waved back. But he was busy, and she didn't want to bother him. Besides, her plan was evolving. She approached it the way she had her thesis: gather information from as many sources as possible, make an outline, and seek support. In this case, her support came from Jenny. Jenny had sometimes given her a hard time about going back to school, dragging her to the middle of nowhere for fieldwork one summer. But inside she had been proud, and she'd let Julia know. Now, sitting at her uncle's desk, Julia pored over maps of the Sonoran Desert, remembering the hot months she and Jenny had spent there with Dr. Christopher Barton and his team. Julia could almost feel Jenny perched on the desk, urging her to find Chris online. He was still on staff at Yale, but spent most of his time in the field, and was currently working on a project in Honduras. Julia emailed him, but she knew how carefully he guarded his work, how reclusive he could be, and knew not to expect a reply any day soon. The 3rd week of October, Julia saw Serapio in charge of the men, so she knew Roberto had left the property. He returned early 2 days later, his dusty black truck pulling up to the barn, headlights soft in the pre-dawn fog. As she watched from the kitchen window, her heart was racing. She hadn't said a word to him about what she'd been doing, but today she felt ready. Once she heard the sprinklers start and saw him walking through the grove, she stepped outside and waved. Bonnie met him halfway down the path, her tail wagging. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning. You and Bonnie are up early," he said. It was still mostly dark, the day's first light penetrating the fog. "We like early mornings," she said. "Must have been good to be home last night." "Si," he said. "Are you married?" she asked. "No," he said. "I live in my father's house. Well, in my own apartment." She smiled, surprisingly happy. "Do you have time for coffee?" "Si, gracias," he said. "But—" he glanced at his boots, well-worn and flaked with dirt and grass. "Oh, don't worry," she said. "Bonnie and I track in the whole outdoors." He hesitated on the threshold for a moment. She wondered if it felt strange to him. Then he came through the door. She gestured at the kitchen table, and he took a seat as she poured coffee into blue mugs. She drank hers black, but put out cream and sugar for him. "You've seemed so busy," she said. "Yes, this time of year there's a lot to do." He looked around the kitchen, seeming to take in the pictures, beams, books, and copper pans in a more leisurely way than before. "Don't you come in here often?" she asked. "No," he said. "Signor Riley and I usually talk in the orchard. There's no reason for me to be in the house." "I see," she said. He spooned 3 sugars into his coffee, added cream, sipped. "Delicious," he said, beaming. He had beautiful white teeth, but was missing one toward the back on the right side. "This was very nice of you," he said. "You didn't have to invite me." "I wanted to." "You're my boss while the Rileys are gone," he said. "You don't have to do this." Maybe he saw her expression change, her face fall, because he spoke quickly. "But I am glad you did. Gracias, Julia." She looked down, aware of how tenuous her plan felt. So far it had all been in her head, a way of keeping Jenny close. Mad women behaved this way, talking to their dead children, holding them near. "Julia, what's wrong?" he asked. "There's something I wanted to speak to you about," she said. "Okay," he said. She met his gaze. Was this rude? Intrusive? She'd lost perspective. "Roberto, would you tell me everything you can about Rosa and your crossing?" He squinted, pain and confusion in his eyes. "I told you," he said. "I know," she said, "but I want to know more." "I thought," he began. "Thought what?" "That I had upset you with what I already said. That you must have decided what kind of man I am, who would lose his daughter in the desert." "It wasn't your fault," she said. "How do you know?" he asked angrily. Julia stayed silent. She thought of Jenny and Rosa, their two lost girls, and of the study she had begun, slowly and methodically, and inspired by Jenny, to search for Rosa. "I just know," she said. "You want to hear what really happened?" he asked. "Okay, but it's the worst thing." "Roberto, I've already lived through the worst thing." He nodded, touched her hand, as if remembering Jenny. And then he started telling the story. Roberto, May 2007. Roberto and Rosa had traveled by bus from Puebla to Mexico City, to Hermosillo, and finally to Altar, just south of the U.S. border from Nogales. The buses were hot and crowded, and Rosa was carsick. She held her doll, Maria. Roberto's grandmother had made it for her, sewn on angel wings, and said Maria had magical powers to protect her and her father. While Rosa held Maria, Roberto held Rosa on his lap, hand on her forehead, telling her stories about when he was little and he and his cousins would go searching for treasure in the hills. "And you found it," she said, because this was a favorite story. "Well, there were a few gold coins," he said. "We imagined that the stones were gold, too. Once, we did find an old statue, small and round, an old man. My grandfather said he was 1,000 years old." "Why didn't you take me looking?" "Always working, Preciosa, and not enough time," he said, holding her tighter. Working nearly round the clock for nothing, barely enough to feed himself and his daughter or support his grandmother's medical care. "Will it be different where we're going?" she asked. "El Norte," he said. He could only dream how different it would be. He'd grown up working in the fields from dawn until 8 when he went to school, then after school until dark, never enough time for homework. He was smart, and so was Rosa, but he didn't want her to endure the same shame, never being prepared for class, falling asleep on her desk because she was so exhausted from work. His family and everyone in their small pueblo tended a rich man's orchard and cornfields. As a child, Roberto and his cousins planted the seeds. His grandfather was already training Rosa to do the same thing. When they got older, they used the plow, learned to harvest, prepared shipments for market. Staring at Rosa, he knew he'd do anything to keep her from working that hard, dropping out of school at 16, the way he had. The bus chugged along, spewing carbon monoxide through the cabin. People had windows open, but there was no getting away from the smells of sweat, beer, chickens, and dirty feet. "Papa, I feel sick," she said. "Where's the picture?" he asked to distract her. "In my pocket," she said weakly. He reached in and pulled it out to show her. There they were, Roberto and Rosa and his grandma, standing under a lemon tree. She touched the photo and smiled. "That's us," he said, "and Abuela. Smell the lemons, Rosa? How beautiful and fresh. Remember how you helped me pick them. What a good girl." "Si, Papa," she said, "but I miss Abuela." "The picture will help us remember her," Roberto said. "And when you look at it, you'll know how much she loves us and how much I love you." "Gracias, Papa. Te amo." "Te amo, Rosa." "But I still feel sick." He slid the photo back into her pocket. "Then let's think about where we're going. Everything will be better. Easy to get work, good jobs, and I come home to you every night. I pick you up at school." "Not helping," she said, turning pale green. Roberto held his hands near her mouth, ready to catch if she threw up. "Tell the good part,
not the work part.
Okay, Roberto said. He closed his eyes, and the image felt like a dream. He'd never seen it himself, only heard about it from his father.
We're going to live next to a public square, the most special and magical square in all of Los Angeles. But instead of angels or fairies, there are mariachis, Rosa said, in their black suits and hats, white braids on their shoulders, brass buttons and all their instruments. They're always there.
She smiled and closed her eyes as if remembering the many times Roberto had told her about his father's neighborhood. She'd loved hearing about mariachis, as if they were archangels instead of normal working men.
Why are they always there, Papa?
Waiting to be hired. Restaurants and people having parties need mariachis, so the men wait in one spot until someone drives by and picks them up.
Will they play music for us?
Grandpa says we'll be able to hear it from the porch every day, every night.
I want to hear them,
Rosa said, bouncing on his knee.
And see Grandpa again. Does he know we're coming?
She had looked forward to Roberto's father's infrequent visits to Mexico, nearly as much as Roberto had.
Oh, yes. He helped make the arrangements. We have a good coyote, Rosa. Grandpa made sure of it.
She nodded, resting her head on Roberto's chest. The bus bumped and swayed, but she'd stopped fighting the movement and let herself be rocked to sleep. She didn't question the concept of coyote, even though the fields and hills around their town were full of the animals who howled at night and stole into barns to kill chickens. She'd known since she could talk that coyote meant a guide, a person who would help them across the Mexican-U.S. border, with as little chance as possible of getting caught by the Border Patrol or ICE, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The bus rumbled into the next town. It was dark and Rosa didn't wake up, even though church bells were tolling seemingly overhead, when he carried her into the next bus, smaller than the last and filled with more people. It was a fight to get seats. Roberto clutched Rosa and their small bag and tried to rest. The ride went on all night. They sat near the back, where he could smell the exhaust and feel the engine's heat. Still, he knew he had to sleep. The next days would be long and hard, and he needed to stay strong to take Rosa across the border. Thinking of her kept him from feeling too scared. He had never crossed before. His father and aunt and several cousins had, some like his father more than once. He had always kept his father's stories in his mind, like fairy tales, but now they were all coming true, and Roberto and Rosa were about to live them. Tomorrow, when they got to Altar, his cousin Miguel would meet them and help them through the next step. He reached into Rosa's pocket to pull out the photo she carried of them. Mexico, home, the place they knew and loved. His throat tightened and he tried not to cry. This journey had to be the right thing. He couldn't stand Rosa growing up hungry the way he had. He slid the picture back into her pocket, and just before dawn broke, he slept. Altar was their last stop in Mexico. Roberto and Rosa woke up the minute they heard the bus's squeaky brakes, felt the vehicle come to a stop. They filed off with all the other people, standing in the town square, blinking into the morning light. They might as well have had a sign saying Pollos, the nickname for border crossers, pinned to their shirts. The coyotes were circling. Roberto scanned the crowd for Miguel. Atlanta, Chicago, Nueva York, I get you there. San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, I am the best. Rosa clutched his neck. They had stopped in several town squares along the way north to drink water and change buses. But this felt different. He could feel Rosa picking up on this new energy, frantic with predators and prey. He spotted the Centro Comunitario de Atención al Migrante y Necesitado, a free shelter for migrants and the needy. His father had told him about it. There were stalls set up everywhere, selling backpacks, water, and food. Hey, man, a short, stocky, dark-skinned Mexican with a full Zapata mustache said, coming up to him and Rosa. You have a pretty little girl there. You want to get her safely across. I'm your guy.
I know the best way. Not all coyotes are good, and there are bandits out there just looking for beautiful girls. I keep you safe. Where do you want to go?" "I'm meeting my cousin," Roberto said, "but gracias." He watched the Zapata mustache walk away, join up with 3 other men. They glanced toward Roberto, but when they saw him staring back, they looked quickly away. He felt the delicate balance, showing respect to a man he couldn't trust, but making his eyes hard so the coyote and his friends would see he'd cut them if they touched Rosa. The church, Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe, with a cross atop its dome, stood across the square, many pilgrims entering and exiting, blessing themselves. Bells rang. Mass was about to start. He held Rosa's hand and started toward the steps. "Hey, primo!" his cousin Miguel called. They hugged each other, and then Miguel spoke to Rosa. "You're so grown up. Last time you were just a tiny baby in your father's arms. Now you're a princess." "Gracias," Rosa said, looking at her father to make sure it was okay. Roberto nodded. "Miguel is our cousin," he said. "He grew up in the same town where we live. But now you're on your way to the States, and I'll set it all up." Miguel lowered his voice, and Roberto set Rosa on the hard ground so they could talk. She knew not to stray far. He watched her find a stick, then crouch to draw pictures in the dirt. "You got the money?" Miguel asked. 4,000 US, Roberto said. "Half now, half when we get across." "That's all you have?" "I'm keeping an extra 50. Hide it well. If they find it, they'll take it." "Gracias, primo." "Okay, now you stock up. You need 2 gallons of water per day per person. Dry meats, too. That's a lot for you to carry, with the niña, too." "We'll be fine." "It's hot as hell during the day, but cold at night. You got the right clothes for that?" "Si. Papa told me already." "You could be walking for 4 days." "Si. Yo lo sé también. Where's the coyote?" "I pay him," Miguel said. "Give me the money, and I introduce you." "Why don't I pay him?" "Primo, I got you the best coyote. He will take you right away. No staying overnight. In a flea-infested Casa de Haspuedes." Roberto had heard all about them, the stash houses where coyotes kept the pollos waiting, up to 50 people in a room. The free shelter was nicer and cleaner, his father had said, but better to stay with the coyote and be ready to leave at a moment's notice. "The money, primo," Miguel said, his hand out. It rankled Roberto. Miguel was a middleman, matching people with coyotes. He received a cut of the fee and showed no favoritism toward his family. The only benefit was that he'd make sure Roberto and Rosa were taken care of, with the best and most knowledgeable guide, someone who knew the desert bandits well enough to intimidate them from attacking his group. Roberto and Rosa bought supplies while Miguel waited impatiently. Roberto used half of his extra $50 to buy water and dried beef, sunscreen and a sun hat for Rosa, as well as a sling to carry the heavy water bottles on his back and around his neck. Trying it out, following Miguel across the plaza in the hot sun, he felt like one of his grandfather's oxen and tried not to worry about carrying all this weight through the desert. "Can I help?" Rosa asked. "Just take care of Maria," he said. "That will be your job." "Okay," she said, clutching her doll. Miguel led them to a truck normally used for transporting livestock. The cab was rugged and old, and the back was fenced in, open to the sky. Already it was nearly full. Some of the passengers were Honduran and Guatemalan, but most were from Mexico. They had been straggling in over the last few days, but the coyote wanted to wait until the truck was full before starting north. "Okay, now come with me," Miguel said. Skirting the truck, they walked to a small bar with a front porch. 2 men sat in rocking chairs, surveying the entire plaza. One was about Roberto's age, the other closer to his father's. They wore faded red shirts and shiny lizard boots. He took in the darkness of their skin, their hooked noses, and their beards, and knew they were father and son. "Hey, Cholo," the father said to Miguel. "What you bring me?" "Dos pollos. Mis primos, eh? Here's the money, Miguel said, counting out the wads still damp with Roberto's sweat. He handed it over with pride as if the cash were his and represented years of work and saving. 2,000? That's all you got? The father asked Roberto. Si, senor, for me and my daughter. Half now, half later. It's 2,000 for you, 3,000 for La Niña, the son said. Roberto flashed with anger and panic, looked at Miguel. You said 4 altogether. Everyone but Roberto and Rosa laughed. He's just fucking with you, primo, Miguel said. Yes, this little angel travels for 3. We charge extra because she needs special protection, which we give. Some we charge more, but because you're Miguel's primo, well, we give a discount, so your full cost is 4,000. When you get to L.A., maybe you decide to give us a present. Maybe an extra 500 US? Not up front, Roberto asked, suspicious. No, en serio, the father said. We try to keep families together. That's why we're the best. We know the way through the desert, over the border, past any pinche bandits and border patrol. Sorry for the bad word, preciosa, he said to Rosa. All the way to the road, where a car will pick you up and take you straight to Los Angeles, to your father's house. You know my father. My brother helped him cross, the father said. I told you, family is everything to us. We have helped many Rodriguezes over the years. Ask my name. ¿Cómo te llamas? Roberto asked. Alberto Rodriguez, and this is my son Benito Rodriguez. Perhaps we are related by blood, but for sure we are related by the $4,000 total you pay me to get you across. You have my word on that. Gracias, Roberto said. And now, we leave for the first part of the trip. The truck is full. It's time to go. Okay, Roberto said. His heart lightened a little. Alberto's words had sounded sincere and true. His father had already told him about this coyote family and warned him never to turn his back, never to trust. All coyotes, even the best ones, were smugglers, in it only for the money. Never forget, hijo, his father had said. When you're in the desert and the choice is between your life and his, he will choose his. Alberto, Benito, and a third man climbed into the cab. Roberto hoisted Rosa up into the truck bed, then pushed the water jugs after her and gave his cousin a last hug. Buena suerte. Call me when you get to Los Angeles, Miguel said, with a huge smile that reassured Roberto even more. Gracias, primo. Adios. And the truck started up with a roar. The cab might look old, but someone had tricked out the engine, made it very powerful. Roberto put his arm around Rosa, felt the kick of the truck as it started down the main road. Their fellow passengers were settling in too, keeping to themselves, not yet making eye contact. Roberto counted the people all crammed together. There were 21 travelers, counting him and Rosa. He had $25 in the heel of his boot. That, plus the canvas sack and their clothes, were the only material things he carried. The sun beat down, sickeningly hot on their heads and arms. Roberto shaded Rosa with his body. One man, already unable to take the heat, pulled a knife from his belt and cut the long sleeves off his shirt. He threw them away into the back of the truck, but Roberto caught them and shoved them into his backpack. You never know what you might need. In that moment, he looked up at the blue sky and whispered, Suerte, luck, as the truck rolled out of town and headed for the borderline between Mexico and Arizona. Julia. They sat in the kitchen, Julia so lost in the tale that when he said the word suerte, luck, she could almost believe that he'd had it, called it forth, that they were 5 years in the past and their daughters both still with them. She hugged her arms around herself, knowing this was just the story's beginning. I know that area, she said. Monday? He asked. What? The Sonoran Desert. You said. Hard to believe you ever set foot in that place.
I was doing research for my thesis. He stared at her as if he didn't understand. She refilled their coffee mugs just to give her hands something to do. They were shaking because she was remembering the summer she'd been in the desert, when Jenny was 10. Once she'd set the mugs down on the table, she started telling him. Jenny had been upset to be away from Black Hall and all her friends for July and part of August. Baking in tents with only a few special mother-daughter weekends away from the other researchers, in cozy inns in Santa Fe, New Mexico, Marfa, Texas, and San Miguel de Allende in Mexico. "Mom, I need the beach," Jenny kept saying. "Beach girls don't belong in the desert. It's summer. Where's the water?" "I know, Jen," Julia said. "Just your luck to have a mother who waited this long to go to grad school." "I just want to go home to the beach," Jenny said. "This is part of my schoolwork," Julia said. "I could have come alone and left you with Daddy, but I wanted you with me. I wanted you to see the desert." "It's kind of cool," Jenny said grudgingly. "Did Daddy want me to go?" "We both want you with us," Julia said, but he understood. Jenny was a savvy 10-year-old. She loved her father, but she knew he worked all the time. The best lawyer in a small, wealthy town, he had constant and varied work, and he was much in demand on the golf course and tennis courts. If Jenny had stayed home in Black Hall, there would be babysitters every day. "See?" Julia asked. Their tent was semi-permanent, made of green canvas. Julia loved it. How rustic it was, how close she slept to Jenny, the canopy of stars from horizon to horizon at night. She loved that she was showing her daughter self-sufficiency and an exciting side of academia. It made her sad, but she even enjoyed the fact her husband wasn't there. She and Peter still loved each other, but that made the rest hurt even more. They were good parents and decent partners. They fought, but in private, where Jenny couldn't hear. They cared about each other, but in the way friends or brothers and sisters might. Some nights, lying in bed beside Peter, she wanted so much more than easygoing conversation and a quick kiss before bed, and sex that felt almost impersonal, more indifferent than passionate. Julia wanted to attack him, not just sexually, but in anger. The rage was powerful and scared her. The team was excavating the edge of a mesa where a civilization had once thrived. The mound known as the Uto-Aztecan site contained remnants of a culture: hunting, building, and cooking instruments, caves painted with scenes of tribal movement, the hunt, and Spanish domination. While archaeologists uncovered and cataloged artifacts, Julia and her fellow anthropologists studied the culture, tried to understand the various tribes who had passed through this space, to understand what had caused them to move here. Jenny had brought her dolls from home, and Julia watched her stage battles against the conquistadors. She had no doubt that her girl dolls would prevail against the armed men on horseback. At night, they lit their tents with lanterns and would play on the wood floor, raised up about 6 inches from the ground, trying to ignore the crawling and slithering noises they heard below. They had seen one rattlesnake at the site, 100 yards away, but Julia knew the desert night was filled with plenty of other poisonous snakes and insects. The Spaniards had every advantage, Julia said. They rode in blasting, so the Indians had to be shrewd, use their knowledge of the land to protect their families. "This girl," Jenny said, intent at play, "found one of the Spaniards' swords." She used a spike they'd cut from a prickly pear cactus earlier. "And when the conquistadors ride in at night, she fights like this." Jenny waved the spear over her doll's head. "The girls are too small, so they use magic to help them. All the witches come down the mountain and fight the bad men with their powers, and they win. The invaders are dead and can't hurt anyone anymore." Julia nodded, and while she helped Jenny form a burial mound among their dirty clothes, she knew the truth of history had gone the other way. The occupants of this mesa had been wiped out in less than a month. Her archaeologist colleagues had found graves filled with ancient bones and skulls, even those of children and infants. She did her best to keep Jenny away from the burial sites, but Jenny was wily and had spied them as the scientists examined and measured tiny femurs and tibiae and rib bones. "Ready for sleep?" Julia asked when Jenny had tucked her dolls in for the night. "What if they come back?" she asked. "Who?" "The bad guys, the conquistadors." "They won't. They've been dead for centuries." "They're ghosts, then." "Well, we have our cactus swords to fight them off," Julia said. "We can protect ourselves," Jenny said, "even without Daddy." "Yes, we can," Julia said. "I know he didn't want to come," Jenny said, "but I wish he'd wanted us to stay home with him." Julia tried not to react to Jenny's words. Had Jenny, always hypersensitive to Julia's thoughts and feelings, sensed the relief she felt being away from Peter? Or had Jenny sensed her father pulling away too? Either way, it made Julia sad. "Why don't you draw him a picture, and we'll both write him letters and send them out tomorrow?" "He'll be so glad to hear from us." "He will," Julia said. The next day, they wrote letters to Peter and handed them to Lupe Alvarez, Dr. Chris Barton's assistant, to put in the mail pouch. Chris was lead anthropologist on the project, and he'd brought many of his students, including Julia, from Yale. Chris's wife Maxine and their 2 kids had come along, so he'd welcomed Jenny and other students' children. Older kids took turns babysitting, running a sort of summer camp. They drew cave paintings in the sand, scratched petroglyphs on small rocks, sat around the campfire at night, and told ghost stories. The sky was endless, the stars so close, and every night Jenny wished on the first star that her parents wouldn't get divorced. Julia knew, because Jenny always made the wish in a stage whisper. Julia longed to reassure Jenny that that would never happen, but deep inside she wasn't sure what she wanted. Watching Chris and Maxine, she found herself dreaming of a good marriage, 2 people who not only supported each other, but shared their deepest interests. That's where she and Peter had gone wrong. At night, when the kids were staring up at the stars and making up stories about the constellations, Julia would watch Chris slip his arm around Maxine, watch her rest her head on his shoulder. One night she heard music coming from their tent and peeked out to see them dancing in the dark, thinking they were alone. She'd felt ashamed, but had been unable to keep from watching. The desert night was cold, but Maxine wore a silk slip nightgown. It glistened in the dark. Chris wore jeans and was bare-chested. They danced for a long time, and Julia saw the tenderness between them. When they kissed, it was anything but tender, so she inched back into her tent and hoped they didn't hear the zipper coming down. As she lay rigid in her tent with Jenny breathing softly in her sleep a few feet away, tears burned her cheeks. She remembered the first campus dance with Peter on the brown green, with colorful paper lanterns glowing all around. It had started to rain, coming down hard, drenching her dress and his suit, and they'd kicked off their shoes and pressed so close against each other that they'd felt naked in the downpour. Like Chris and Maxine, Julia and Peter had fallen in love in college. How had the Bartons' marriage stayed good, while Julia's had drifted into something so dull? Peter used to hold her face in his hands and stare into her eyes as if he wanted to enter her, become one person sharing skin and bones. "Forever," he'd say. "Forever," she'd respond. She knew it was her fault. She had tried to be too good, had put her own interests on hold so Peter could go to law school first. Somehow they'd gotten the idea that his work was important and hers was inconsequential. Peter had fallen into law school almost by default. He'd finished college without any better plan, while Julia had dreamed of Yale, travel, following the teachings of Ruth Benedict and Margaret Mead, and studying other cultures her entire life. Peter understood on an intellectual level, but by the time Julia actually entered grad school, he was living the life of a shoreline lawyer. He wanted her to golf and play tennis with him, have dinner parties with other lawyers and people who belonged to the Black Hall Beach Club, instead of devoting herself to rigorous study.
"We've outgrown that," he said. "We busted our asses in college. Now we can relax." "What are you talking about?" she asked. "I haven't outgrown anything. This is what I love." "I know you love reading about anthropology, and there's no reason we can't take an Abercrombie and Kent trip to Machu Picchu or Samoa, wherever it was Margaret Mead studied, wherever you want to go. But you don't have to prove anything." "I know," she said. "So why, when everything here is perfect, are you taking this on?" "Because when I told you I wanted to be an anthropologist," she said, "I meant it. Luxury travel isn't the same thing." "You don't have to be sarcastic," he said. She agreed and apologized. But she kept at her work, knowing Peter considered it unnecessary and inconvenient. And slowly they began to have quite a different marriage than the one they'd started with. Now, talking to Roberto, she told him about being in the desert with Jenny, how she and Peter had never been the same after that. "We stayed together," she said, "but we were not happy." "But you had so much," Roberto said. "It seems that way," she said, "and we did in many ways, but not enough of the right things." "What are the right things?" he asked. "I don't know how to put it. We were broken. We were good parents to Jenny, but we weren't good enough to each other. We stopped loving each other the way we used to. Before he died, we were planning to divorce." "You don't believe marriage is forever?" "Not when there's too much hurt." He nodded, as if he understood something about that. "What about you?" she asked to cover her awkwardness. "Do you have a girlfriend? Are you with someone?" "No," he said. "No one." They drank coffee as the sun rose higher over the mountain, filling the lemon grove with a golden glow. Julia's stomach flipped. They'd gotten off course, and she still hadn't told him her plan. Serapio walked from behind the barn, obviously looking for Roberto. A rattletrap Honda pulled up and 3 workers climbed out and stretched. "Time for work," Roberto said. Julia paused. She knew she could have gotten him to stay. He would have considered it impolite to walk out while she was talking. But thinking about Peter had made her more emotional than she'd expected. All she wanted was a long walk on the beach with Bonnie. She could tell Roberto the rest later. "Thank you for the coffee," he said. "Thank you for talking to me," she said. He paused, as if he wanted to say something more, but instead turned and walked into the orchard. Lion. Lion knew the last week of October meant craziness in Malibu. When had people started decorating their houses as if for some kind of warped orange and black Christmas, trying to outdo each other with hideous and cheap, commercially produced ghosts and goblins? Where was the originality? Half the town worked in the industry. If they were going to do it up, they might as well have Industrial Light and Magic come in and create a worthy spectacle. For Lion, living in a crumbling mansion of dusty dreams, he saw no reason to gild the lily. Decorating for Halloween wasn't for him. He had the money to hire a studio set decorator and create a true haunted house, but it seemed a waste. If he felt like it, he'd dress up like Dracula on the actual night and hand out Italian chocolates. This might be the very year he'd do just that. His mood had changed recently. Having Julia just across the mountains made Lion feel young again. Perhaps it was because of all the happy times she'd spent with him as a little girl, when he was dashing, daring, and indestructible, the way only certain youthful male movie stars can be. In those days, he could walk down the beach at the Malibu colony and be 100% sure every eye was on him and every whisper was about him. What an ass he'd been. To think back and remember that level of hubris, God, a midday vodka was in order. He poured Grey Goose into a Steuben glass tumbler and toasted himself in the mirror, gray hair and all. Julia had always kept him grounded. To her, he was just Uncle Lion.
The fact he'd sometimes show up in a movie or in a magazine amused and delighted, but never impressed her. She might not realize this now, but she was just the medicine he needed. With Graziella away, and his star fading a little more every award season when he saw all the new faces up for nominations, he'd been feeling down on himself and his absurd profession. But all he had to do was call, and Julia would come over or invite him to the casa. It was lovely, the way he imagined it might be if he and Graziella had a grown daughter. Today was gray and quite chilly. It called for a wood fire, which he built himself, the legacy of his New Hampshire boyhood. He'd called to ask Julia what she was doing, and she said she was in the midst of a project. "How industrious," he said. "It is, sort of," she said. "You intellectuals," he said, "why don't you come over here and work on it? It will make me feel so smart just to watch you." She'd laughed and said she'd be right over. Julia brought her laptop and a stack of books and maps and set herself up in his study. The fire crackled on the hearth. Bonnie lay in canine bliss staring at shapes in the flames. Perhaps, she imagined, they were badgers to chase through the woods. Lion saw the same licks of fire and imagined they were his enemies in hell, all the actors who'd gotten the roles and awards that should rightfully have been his. He sighed happily. "What are you thinking?" Julia asked. "Nothing. Just evil things." She smiled and went back to her laptop, clicking away on the keyboard. He set out the backgammon board, and she didn't even look up. "You're not even slightly curious about the wicked thoughts rattling around in my head?" "Do you want to tell me?" she asked, leaning on her elbows and finally giving him some attention. "Yes, I am remorseless. I'm filled with resentment for everyone who has more than I, and I imagine terrible things happening to them." "Who has more than you, Lion?" she asked kindly, and he could tell she meant it. He felt a twinge of shame. "Oh, darling, don't listen to me. I'm just feeling sorry for myself." "Material things don't make you happy," she said, "right?" "Right. And what are those awards?" He cast a glance toward the mantel where his one Oscar, several Golden Globes, and one Palme d'Or stood amid framed photos of various leading ladies. "But objects that will outlive all of us?" "Why are you so blue, Lion?" "I didn't think I was," he said. "Having you here makes me happy. But I suppose it also reminds me of who I am missing." "Shall we say her name?" "No," he said. "Let me maintain the fiction that you suspect nothing, but we can toast her." He raised his vodka, and she raised her coffee, and they drank to Graziella. "Love in any form is still love," Julia said. Sometimes she surprised him. He knew of her deep grief, had seen it pouring off her skin, and realized she had closed her heart to all but family and the closest friends. But then she could say something like that. "What are you doing there?" he asked, gesturing at her books and laptop. "Revisiting some old research, mainly. Remember the year Jenny and I went to the desert in Mexico?" "Of course. Your uncle was very proud of you getting your master's. I was worried about scorpions crawling into your sleeping bags." Julia laughed. "Are you writing an article?" "No, I'm mainly remembering what it was like to be in the Sonoran Desert, retracing my steps, in a way." Lion said, watching her go back to work. Retracing one's steps. He was familiar with that activity. Only he called it obsession. Well, that might be overly dramatic, but he did find himself reliving moments spent with Graziella. If he closed his eyes, could he feel Graziella beside him? Could he touch her face? Kiss her throat? Could he hear her whisper, "Why can't humans be allotted two great loves in the same moment, at the same time?" "Oh, Lord," he said out loud, causing Julia to glance up in surprise. She smiled, as if she knew he was dreaming. The truth was, he felt sick of Graziella's poetic words about two great loves. John and Lion, he got it. But he wanted to be her one and only. He always had. He didn't feel her presence, couldn't hear her voice, couldn't laugh with her. He wondered why Julia was reliving old days in the Mexican desert. Did recreating those weeks of research somehow bring Jenny back? Lyon stared at her, bent in concentration over the computer screen, and knew they were survivors on the same ship, floating on the open sea without the people they loved most. Julia. Halloween passed, and Julia felt relieved. She'd had to steel herself for the day itself. Jenny had always loved Halloween, and in the last years of her life had taken to hanging tiny ghosts made from cut-up worn white pillowcases from the dead elm in the middle of her meadow. Malibu seemed festive and celebrated the holiday with many lights and decorations on houses all along the Pacific Coast Highway, and in the Malibu Country Mart, and with tons of pumpkins piled around the feed bin at the foot of Topanga Canyon. Julia stocked up on candy, but no trick-or-treaters made their way up the long driveway to Casa Riley. The weather had been chilly for about a week, but now the sun was beaming again, every day in the mid-80s. Julia received a letter from John saying how much he enjoyed being in Ireland during the fall. The cold rain was inspiring him to stay in the library and write. She also received a letter, not just an email, from Chris Barton. She had written to him about Roberto and Rosa, told him all she knew so far, and asked if he had any ideas on who might have information about a migrant child who had been lost in the desert. Dear Julia, what a pleasure to hear from you after all this time. I keep waiting to see your application for an associate position in the department, but so far no go. Sorry for taking so long to get back to you. I've gone from the desert to the jungle, and electronics are no more workable here than they were in Sonora. In a sense, I'm backtracking from our expedition into Mayan culture and various expansions, but this isn't a scholarly paper, so we'll leave that for now. There are a few places you can try in your search for Rosa. I'm sorry, but the first is obvious: the Pima County Medical Examiner's Office. Assuming your migrants crossed west of Nogales, Arizona, the desert is brutal and takes more lives than it spares. The morgue has a terrible backlog, but I'm sure it would be helpful if you could provide the right information. 5 years have passed, a long time not to hear news of the child, if indeed she survived. If she had, her father's illegal status would make it difficult, if not impossible, for the authorities to contact him. Knowing the name of the Border Patrol agent who detained Roberto and went to look for Rosa is helpful. He will have records of that search and may be willing to share them with you. I would try him or his supervisor and see what you can come up with. Another option, it may sound more hopeful but is not necessarily, would be the Reunion Project. It is located in La Jolla, California, and I highly recommend you visit my colleague there, Dr. Juan Rios. He is an applied anthropologist who went into forensics after so many migrants began dying in the desert and mountains. He gathers data from morgues, Border Patrol alerts, and individuals looking for information about family members or friends. His goal is to bring people together, alive if possible, but if not, and more often, so they can bury the remains of their loved ones. I hope this helps. Maxine is back in Connecticut right now, but will be joining me for the holidays. I'm sure it's a long shot, but if you find yourself hankering to lay your eyes on a 7th century Mayan tomb, come down and see us. The kids will be here too. You'll never believe it, but Henry is working with me. Remember how bored he was 11 years ago? I'll never forget Jenny getting him to scratch out a petroglyph in her rock collection. He drew an eagle and was quite happy. The only time we really saw him enjoy himself that summer. He was dead set on making us regret bringing him along. He finished Harvard last spring and is taking a year to decide what's next. Anyway, call Juan. I'll write him and tell him to be expecting you. Fond regards, Chris. She followed Chris's advice and sent an email to Juan Rios. She also reached out to the U.S. Border Patrol, asked for Jack Leary, and was told that he had retired. She decided to wait until she heard back from Dr. Rios before talking to Roberto again. They always waved and called hello, had short conversations about the weather or Bonnie or the property. During the cold week, she'd seen him in a heavy jacket walking through the orchard to check every tree. He would stand at the base, laying his hand on the trunk, gazing up into the branches, as if looking at each leaf, each lemon. They hadn't had frost, but she remembered from childhood that citrus was sensitive, and she knew he was monitoring the fruit for possible damage. He made his survey each morning after dawn and each night just at twilight, so she got used to seeing him striding through the orchard, touching each tree as if greeting an old friend, making sure all was well. A 6-foot-high stone wall surrounding the pump had mysteriously cracked along the base. Perhaps there had been an earthquake that Julia hadn't felt, or maybe the concrete was just old. One morning in early November, when the sun was hot again, she walked Bonnie along the coast path and heard the whir of a power saw. Heading in the direction of the noise, she saw that Roberto was building a wooden frame to prop up the wall. He had constructed the brace to rest firmly on the ground, with lengths of 2x4s angled up to the wall's top. When he finished nailing the last board, he wiped his forehead with a bandana and turned to the masonry tools he'd set out. She crouched in the shade with Bonnie, petting her fur and thinking of Jenny. Jenny had always helped untangle the burrs and twigs caught in Bonnie's lovely, lush coat. Sitting quietly, Julia worked out some of the brambles while Bonnie panted contentedly beside her. They watched Roberto work alone. She wondered where Serapio and the others were. He was tall with broad shoulders that filled his white t-shirt, and his close-cropped hair and beard looked almost black in the bright light. He worked steadily, stopping to appraise what he had done so far, testing the wooden supports to make sure they would hold, examining the wall itself. Julia liked sitting there, watching him. Now he was mixing the concrete, pouring sand and cement from burlap bags into the mortar box, directing the garden hose, the water a silver arc pouring into the mixture. The heady smell of lemons surrounded her. Holding Bonnie close was like hugging Jenny. She thought of all the threads stitching everyone together, the inquiries she had put out, feeling as if Jenny were guiding her to find Rosa. The light shifted, the sun rising higher over the eastern mountains, and the shade disappeared. Roberto glanced over, saw Julia and Bonnie reclined in the grass 30 yards away. He waved, and Bonnie took it as an invitation. She went bounding over, and Julia followed. "Hi there," she said, walking over. "We were just feeling very lazy watching you work so hard."
"Not so hard," he said, laughing. "La, Julia,
where are the other guys?"
Serapio's mother is sick, so he is with her today."
"Oh, I'm sorry. Is it serious?"
"I hope not," Roberto said. "She had a heart attack in August. They worry about her."
"I can understand," Julia said. "She lives in L.A.?
East L.A., like Serapio, like me. They have a big family, and the children take turns staying with her. Today is Serapio's turn."
"What about your other helpers?" she asked. "This looks like a big job."
"I didn't go to find day laborers because I want to fix the wall myself," he smiled. "I caused the damage, I repair it."
"You caused it?"
"On Monday," he said. "The pump broke down, and while I was fixing it, I smashed right into the wall with some copper pipe."
"It could have fallen on you," she said.
"I'm too fast," he said, smiling.
"That's good," she said.
"Anyway, it's still standing. The crack isn't too bad, but I want to fix it before it gets worse."
"I'm sure you'll do a great job," she said. "I'll let you get to it." He hesitated.
"Everything okay?" he asked.
"Yes. Bonnie and I love it here. We never want to leave."
"I hope you don't," he said.
His remark surprised her, filled her with unexpected joy. She couldn't disguise her feelings and felt the blush spreading across her face. It was odd. They existed nearly side by side at Casa Riley, and they were connected by their daughters. But beyond that, she had no idea of how he felt about her. "Really?" she asked. He nodded, taking a step toward her. He stared at her, his eyes golden brown in the sun, and for a minute she felt he was going to kiss her. She wanted him to. He reached up as if to touch her face, then noticed his hands were gritty with cement. They both laughed nervously. "I'd better let you get back to work," she said, "before the mortar dries." "Yes, good idea," he said. "See you later," she said, starting to walk away. Bonnie lingered as if she didn't want to leave him. "Julia, I have a question," he said. She turned back, saw him standing especially tall. "Oh," she said. "Sure, what is it?" "Do you like Mexican food?" "I love it." "Would you ever have dinner with me?" "Yes," she said, smiling. "That would be wonderful." Roberto. When he woke up that morning, if someone had told him he would be having dinner with Julia that night, he would have called him a liar. He barely knew what had come over him. He thought of her all the time, dreamed of her at night, but the difference between imagination and reality was huge. Yet she had said yes, and in a few minutes they'd be leaving the casa. First he had washed his truck, vacuumed the inside, then gone into his cabin to shower and scrub his nails clean. He dressed in clean dark jeans and a black t-shirt. His belt was black leather with a silver buckle, and he wore his best shoes, a pair of black work boots he hadn't scuffed up yet. Julia came down the driveway in a blue dress and soft white shawl. He watched her walk and could barely breathe. His father would kill him for this, crossing the line and asking the boss's niece to dinner. But even if he died tonight, Roberto would never forget this moment. The way Julia glowed, beaming as if she'd never been happier to see anyone. He held open the truck door for her. "You look beautiful," he said. "Thank you. You look very handsome," she said, kissing his cheek as she climbed in. Driving down the steep road, he still felt her lips on his skin and thought the top of his head might explode. He forced himself to pay attention to driving and not keep glancing across the seat toward her. The restaurant he'd chosen was a long way off. He didn't want to take her to any of the gringo places in Malibu or Santa Monica, but instead to a real, authentic spot that served the kind of food he remembered from home. They drove south along the ocean and then onto the 10 freeway heading east. His radio was tuned to a Spanish station. When he realized that she might prefer her own kind of music, he reached for the dial, but she put her hand on his wrist. "Don't change it. I like it," she said. "It's different for you?" he asked. "I grew up with Latin music," she said. "My family loves it, and so do I." Roberto nodded. That made sense. He'd often heard Juan Gabriel's voice coming from speakers in the casa. The night was warm, so they kept the truck windows open. The breeze tossed her hair, and he smelled her perfume, and it made him think of a field of fresh grass and wildflowers. His truck key was in the ignition, but all the rest dangled from a long chain. Julia leaned over, touched the chain, and her fingers found one small plastic key ring with a faded pink heart attached. "I like this," she said. "So do I," he said. "Someone special gave it to you?" He nodded. "Rosa," he said. He remembered the day, his birthday the year before they left Mexico. His grandmother had taken her to the market, and she'd bought the little key ring. Beneath the heart it said, "Te amo, papa." Julia seemed preoccupied, looking through her purse. After a minute, she pulled something out, pressed it into Roberto's hand. He looked. A silver key ring engraved with the words, "World's Best Mom." "From Jenny," he said. "Yes," she said. Did she think the way he did, that these objects had been touched by their daughters, given with love? He told himself every day that love was alive, a living and breathing force. This little plastic heart was only a reminder. What made it precious was the fact that Rosa's hands had held it. The lights of downtown Los Angeles glittered, and the tall buildings glowed with color. It was a romantic sight, and Roberto wanted Julia to see it. When he glanced over, he saw her looking at him instead, and he put his eyes back on the road. La Casita de las Flores was on North Evergreen Avenue, not far from Roberto's family's house. He parked at the curb, completely aware of the possibility his father could drive by and stop in to see what Roberto was doing here. His father and Esperanza were not shy about letting him know they wanted him to meet a woman. They wouldn't approve of Julia, but Roberto found himself wishing they would show up just so he could introduce her to them. They walked past the garden overflowing with flowers, into the restaurant, one small room with about 10 tables. The walls were painted rose red, the tables were turquoise, and the chairs were yellow. "Hola, Roberto," said Isabel, the owner's wife. She gazed at Julia with friendly curiosity. "Julia, this is Isabel. Isabel, my friend Julia." "Very nice to meet you," Isabel said. "I hope you will enjoy our food." "I'm sure I'll love it," Julia said. The minute they were seated, a waitress put a basket of warm chips and 2 dishes of hot sauce on the table. Isabel wheeled a cart over and made fresh guacamole with avocados, red onion, tomato, and a handful of cilantro. "That smells great," Julia said. "Wait till you taste it," Roberto said. He scooped some guacamole onto a chip and handed it across the table. "Wow," she said. When she took another for herself, she dipped it in the hotter of the 2 sauces, and he waited for her eyes to water. "I should have warned you," he said, but she took another. "I love spicy food," she said. They looked at the menus. All the dishes were in Spanish. "Can I help you translate?" he asked. "Why don't you order me your favorite dish?" she asked. "Ropa vieja is very good," he said. "Slow-cooked beef, nice and tender. We always had it at home." "Sounds like pot roast," she said. "Perfect for a November night." So Roberto ordered ropa vieja for both of them. The dishes came out quickly, the meat spicy and fragrant with herbs and chili, piled high beside yellow rice and black beans. He watched Julia's reaction as she took a bite, and felt pleased to see her close her eyes and smile. "Delicious," she said. After another few tastes, she followed his lead and added spoonfuls of hot sauce. "You really like it?" he asked. "Yes," she said, "everything." "Even the beans?" he asked skeptically. "Yes, you don't?" "They're not special," he said. "We ate them every day when I was a kid. I thought maybe you wouldn't like them." "I like it all," she said. The way she looked at him made him feel electric, as if a current ran through his body. He didn't trust himself to believe what he was seeing or feeling. Her blue dress brought out the color of her eyes. "I never thought," he began. "What?" she asked. He just shook his head, because he couldn't answer the question. His feelings were too big to put into words, or at least words he could understand. Together they ate their food, and when they'd finished dinner, Isabel brought coffee and flan, and Julia spooned a bit of custard and held it out toward him, and he tasted the sweet, soft caramel in his mouth. Julia. November passed in a dream. It became normal to stop by Roberto's worksite, whatever he was doing in the orchard, and bring him water or invite him to take a break for coffee. She loved having his friendship, even feeling somewhat deliciously confused by what it really was. The French had a phrase for what she was feeling, amitié amoureuse. It translated roughly to a romantic friendship. She felt his attention any time they were near each other. He watched her whenever she went near the cliff path, as if ready to bolt and catch her if she fell. She thought of him while at her desk, continuing to write to the people Chris had suggested. "Do I seem crazy to you?" she asked Lyon the last Monday in November, when he stopped by with a basket of apples. "Of course, crazy as a loon, darling. I wouldn't love you as much or know how to be around you if you weren't. It's the non-crazy people I worry about.
I'm serious. Lion wore a crisp yellow shirt, navy cashmere double-breasted blazer, and his favorite Hermes long white silk-fringed aviator scarf wrapped around his neck. His wave of white hair gave him an air of fading majesty that he cultivated in subtle ways. Squinting, he regarded Julia.
If I were to choose one word to describe you, it would be happy. Happier than I've seen you in ages. Does that sound right?
She nodded, knowing it was true. But if she explained to him how this feeling had come about, her strong attraction to Roberto, her impossible search for Rosa, and how the mystical alchemy of it all was bringing Jenny back to her, he would know just how crazy she was.
Well, I'm glad, he said. Now, Thanksgiving.
Julia had dreaded holidays these last 5 years, and this one was no exception.
I'm having the usual gang up to the manse, he said. Not John and Graziella, unfortunately. As you know, they've decided to stay in Connemara, but a few decrepit actors like me. Some young fluff to cheer the place up, some wayward surfers, a dissolute rocker or two, a smattering of Malibu hoi polloi, and far too many Brits. They flocked to me for some unknown reason. I could probably manage to scare up some intellectuals so you'll feel more at home.
I'm at home with you, she said. I don't care who else is there.
But I don't know, Lion. I might have a quiet Thanksgiving here. He snorted. What? You, Bonnie, and the wildlife? Even your orchard manager will be going home that day, I'm sure. John always gives everyone the long weekend off.
Really? Julia asked.
Yes.
Well, I'll think about it, she said. Could I bring someone?
Julia, a date?
I guess you could call it that, she said.
What? You've met someone and dared to keep it a secret from Uncle Lion?
She laughed. No, it's Roberto.
The orchard manager?
Yes.
You're dating him?
We're just friends, she said.
Of course, Lion said. We'd love to have him.
Thank you. I'll see if he can make it, she said.
After Lion left, Julia brought some apples to the barn. Roberto stood next to the workbench, taking apart the tractor. His hands were covered with grease, but he wiped them on a cloth at the sight of her. "What are you doing?" she asked.
"Replacing parts," he said, "so we don't have to buy a new tractor."
"I'm sure John appreciates that," she said. Clear light slanted through windows. She saw dust and bits of hay drifting in air currents. "Thanksgiving is Thursday," she said.
"Si,"
he said. "I'm sure you have plans with your family," she said. "But I was wondering, would you like to come with me to Lion's house for dinner? We wouldn't have to stay long, and you could still be with your family."
"Senor Cushing?"
he asked, frowning.
"Does he know?"
"Yes, he invited us." Roberto hesitated so long, Julia began to feel embarrassed. What was the problem? He had taken her to dinner. She had thought they were getting close. But maybe she'd crossed an invisible line. Thanksgiving was an American holiday. Maybe he didn't celebrate it at all. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing," he said. "I can tell something is. Would you rather not go?"
"No, Julia. I would love to go with you."
"Great," Julia said. She stepped toward him, stood on her toes, and kissed his cheek. He wrapped one arm around her waist, and his direct gaze melted the bones in her legs. He touched his forehead to hers, barely brushed her lips. "Hey, al pinche inspectores," Serapio began, bursting in. "Ay, lo siento." Roberto and Julia moved apart.
"I'm so sorry,"
Roberto said to Julia.
"But the inspector is here. We made changes to the pumping and irrigation system, and he has to sign off."
"I understand," Julia said.
"But Thursday,"
Roberto said. "Yes," Julia said. "Thanksgiving." Thanksgiving morning was sunny and warm, as far from New England weather as possible. Julia felt glad for that. Holidays without Jenny had been excruciating. Everything. The weather, the quality of Black Hall's November light, the silken darkness of Long Island Sound. had reminded her of the 16 Thanksgivings she'd spent with her daughter. In the Casa Riley kitchen, she sliced the rest of the apples Lion had brought. She made pie crust and saved a few scraps to make maple leaves to press on top, just as Jenny used to do. Roberto always left a bowl of lemons at her door, so she used one of her grandmother's recipe books to make 2 loaves of lemon bread. By the time Roberto arrived to pick her up at 3 o'clock, she was ready to go. Not sure of what he would wear, she wore black pants and a white silk shirt. He looked great in black jeans, a white shirt, and a well-worn and rugged leather jacket. They hugged and walked toward his vehicle, an old but obviously recently waxed gray Honda Civic. "Where's your truck?" she asked. "I borrowed Serapio's wife's car," he said, "to drive you to Thanksgiving dinner." "Thank you," she said, getting in. The trip was short, down one canyon, along the coast highway, up Topanga Canyon, and along the steep, twisting road that led to Lion's house. People were arriving all at once. Roberto started to park on the roadside, but a man in a black uniform waved him ahead. "Looks like valet parking," Julia said. "That's very Lion." "Monday?" Roberto asked, not understanding. "Extravagant," Julia said. One parking attendant opened Julia's door while the other opened Roberto's, speaking to him in Spanish. They seemed friendly, had a short conversation, and Roberto caught up with Julia, smiling. "They are both Mexican," he said. "This is a good job for them." "Are they friends of yours?" "No, Julia," he said. "Just Mexican workers like me." They walked up the curving stone steps in a steady stream of people. Roberto carried the apple pie and held Julia's arm. She'd wrapped the lemon bread in tinfoil and packed it in a canvas bag embroidered with Graciella's family crest. She knew Lion would enjoy that. Inside the castle Lion called home, Julia saw 6 young actors she recognized, several of John and Graciella's and Lion's dearest Malibu friends, and 20 or so people she'd never seen in her life. Roberto seemed relaxed, but tense like a cat, ready to spring if necessary. "You okay?" she asked. "All these famous people," he said. "Most of them aren't," she said. Lion burst forth from a cluster of tall, skinny young women with asymmetrical haircuts and embraced Julia. Then he shook Roberto's hand. "What a pleasure, Roberto. So glad you could join us," Lion said. "Thank you for inviting me," he said. "It's my pleasure," Lion said. "Let's get drinks." They went to the bar, tended by 2 Latino men. Roberto spoke to them in a friendly way. Lion ordered martinis for him and Julia and cocked an eyebrow at Roberto. "Martini?" he asked. "Cerveza," Roberto said, and accepted a beer from the bartender. "What shall we drink to?" Lion asked, raising his glass. "Things we're thankful for," Julia began, but just then an actor known for playing James Bond wrapped Lion in a bear hug, and Julia and Roberto found themselves clinking glasses alone. "Salud," he said. "Salud," she replied. The house smelled of turkey, stuffing, and all the delicacies of a New England Thanksgiving. Julia and Roberto began to walk through the rooms, and she showed him all the things she'd loved as a child. The suits of armor, the chariot wheels, the stone and bronze Buddhas, the Tang Dynasty gong, the fountains in almost every room, the fireplaces large enough to roast oxen, the gallery of still photographs from Lion's films, including many with Graciella. "Doña Graciella," Roberto said, leaning closer to see Graciella and Lion, in a shot from The King Goes Rowing. "They were young there," she said. "They filmed it in Cambridge, and he was the King of England, in disguise, in love with a student. Have you seen any of Graciella's and Lion's movies?" "No," he said. "We'll have to watch one," she said. "Claro," he said. "They were in many together?" "Yes," she said. "They were known for their work and also being friends off screen." Just then she felt an embrace from behind. Turning to see, she found herself surrounded with people she vaguely knew from many visits here. Doug Longwood, the man who had hugged her, was a British film producer who lived in the colony.
"Well, what a lovely surprise to find you here, Julia," he said. He introduced her to his date, Melinda, and a tall, dark-haired boy named Magnus, and refreshed her memory on the others. "Good to see you all," she said. "This is my friend, Roberto." A few of them said hello and shook his hand, but Doug looked right past him as if he hadn't even heard his name. Julia glanced at Roberto, but he was back to looking at the photos. "I was just saying to Roberto," she said, "that Lion and Graziella made many films together." "Which is your favorite?" Doug asked. "Oh, Roberto hasn't seen them yet, but we're going to watch—" "I meant you," Doug said. "All of them? I don't know." "This one looks good," Roberto said, pointing to a still of The Washington Affair. Graziella and Lion had played American spies who discovered that a group of White House aides had kidnapped the First Lady. The shot showed the pair of them with machine guns blasting, a bloody scar on Lion's face from where one of the kidnappers had slashed him. "He likes shoot-'em-ups," Doug said in his East London accent, and laughed. He spoke about Roberto without looking at him, as if he were not right there. "What is that?" Roberto asked. "Bang, bang," Doug said. "Do you work in the movies?" Roberto asked. Doug kissed Julia on both cheeks, then he and his friends drifted away without responding to Roberto. To Julia, it felt like a punch in the stomach. She started after him, but Roberto held her arm. "It's okay," he said. "No, it's not," she said. "He was so fucking rude." "Julia," Roberto said, "it's fine." "Do you want to go?" she asked. "I'll stay for you," he said. "No, I want to leave," she said. Roberto acted as if he wasn't hurt, but she knew he had to be. Hurrying through the house, Julia didn't even stop to find Lion. He caught up with her and Roberto at the door, looking stricken. "What happened?" he asked. "Nothing," Roberto said quickly. "How did you know something happened?" Julia asked. Doug Longwood made a comment. "Roberto, I'm sorry." "It's fine," Roberto said. "Class still means something to him," Lion said. "He's a very arrogant, ignorant Englishman who hasn't had a hit movie in decades. I'll leave it to you to figure out why he behaves the way he does." "He's insecure," Julia said, "but he's still a fucking asshole." The ice was broken. All was well, except it wasn't. The valet brought the Honda, and Roberto drove Julia home. She felt so sad, defeated somehow. The fact that he had dressed up and borrowed a car for the occasion made her want to cry. She reached across the seat and held his hand. He squeezed hers. "I wasn't really in the mood for a big party," she said. "Holidays are hard for me." "You miss Jenny?" "Yes," she said. "And you miss Rosa?" "Si. Not so much for Thanksgiving. It's an American holiday and she never knew it. But Navidad is coming and Three Kings Day." "Roberto," she said, still holding his hand when they pulled up in front of Casa Riley. "I've been working on something, and I wanted to tell you about it. Can you come in, or do you have to get to your family's house?" "I can come in," he said. When they entered the house, Julia turned on lots of lights. She wanted the house illuminated for what they were about to discuss. They went into the living room, and she lit the table lamps, the wall sconces above the fireplace, and the small brass lights John had installed above every painting. They sat on a small sofa at either end. Julia kicked off her shoes and drew her legs up so she could face him directly. The seaward windows were open, and a warm salt breeze blew off the ocean. "Weeks ago, you started telling me about when you and Rosa crossed the border." "I'm sorry," he said. "I know it was hard for you to hear." "It was," she said, "because I can't imagine what you went through." "Gracias, Julia," he said. "And I want to help." He gave her a sad smile that barely touched his eyes. "I know," he said, "but there is no help." "I think there is," she said. Her heart was beating fast, and she walked over to the writing desk and brought back a pile of papers. "I've been researching. Being an anthropologist has some advantages. I know people who can get information for us." What good is information? He asked. Rosa is gone.
I reached out to a colleague, Chris Barton, she said, and he put me in touch with Dr. Juan Rios, who runs something called the Reunion Project. Also, I remembered the name you mentioned, Jack Leary. He's retired, but there's a way to look him up. Roberto had stiffened, his jaw set and his back straight, as if he wanted to bolt out of the room.
For what? He asked finally. Why would you talk to him, or any of them?
To find Rosa, she said. He looked at her with what seemed to her to be a mixture of despair and fury.
Find her? I couldn't. How could you?
I want to go there.
Go there? The desert where we were? You have no idea. It's not like your Expedición Antropológica, Julia. Nothing will help. Thank you for asking, but no, Julia.
Why? She asked.
You don't even know the full story, he said. I've told you the smallest part. If you heard the rest, you would never think of going there.
Then tell me, she said, as the sea breeze rustled the curtains, and let me decide. Chapter 5. Roberto. How to explain to Julia? The feelings were as strong as if he were still riding in the truck, back-breaking every time the wheels hit a rut. He cushioned Rosa against his chest, fed her sips of water, cursing the coyotes Alberto and Benito Rodriguez for setting out during the hottest part of the day. The desert was flat and endless. He couldn't believe any land could be so vast. It made the fields of home, ringed by hills and trees, seem small. Heat shimmered over the ground in all directions. Rosa got sick, and he didn't know what to do. Hold back the water and she'd dehydrate. Give it to her and she'd throw it up. She clutched Maria, begging the doll to spread her wings, use her great-grandmother's magic, get them there safely. Which there was she wishing for, Roberto wondered. His papa's house or his grandmother's shack back in Mexico? The truck just kept rumbling, on and on for miles. Roberto began to feel nauseous and sleepy himself, but he fought the feeling. Some of the other migrants slept or passed out, collapsed in a heap against one another. He reached over and shook one who looked particularly pale. The man woke up, vomited off the back of the truck. Exhaust fumes were making everyone dizzy. The sun finally started to go down, a red ball in the west. Rosa whimpered while Roberto rocked her.
There, he said, pointing at the sun. That's where we are going. Los Angeles, as far west in El Norte as we can get, at the edge of the Pacific Ocean.
I want the water, Rosa cried.
Here, Nina, he said, pouring a capful into his hand, letting her lap it like a cat.
When the sun disappeared below the horizon, the desert glowed rose, purple, and amber. His grandmother had amber earrings and a pendant. A blue mariposa, butterfly, frozen in time in the pendant, and staring across the wide Sonoran landscape. Roberto was awake, but he dreamed he saw thousands, millions of blue butterflies migrating north like them. Suddenly, the truck stopped. Without being told, Roberto knew the border was near. Anxiety rippled through the group, everyone rousing one another, gathering their belongings. The coyotes climbed out of the cab. Now Roberto saw their weapons. Pistols in holsters on their hips, automatic rifles strapped across their chests. Alberto the father barked out directions.
Stay close. Don't trail behind. Drink your water, he said.
Benito and the third coyote, Pedro, would lead the pollos north while Alberto drove back to Altar.
La Migra has night goggles, and they can see better than God. And you'll hear and then see the airships, big lights all over. When you hear that noise, duck under bushes. Tumbleweed any rock you find, each person for himself. Once they see us from the air, they send trucks. And keep in mind, there are always vehicles on patrol. Here's what else you have to worry about, Benito said. Rattlesnakes, scorpions, coyotes, the other kind with teeth. Bats, rats, ring-tailed cats. Those cats look cute, but they fucking bite. Spiders and Gila monsters more venomous than cascabales. Rattlesnakes. You might not see the border. La Migra built a fence, but that's east of here. They make their fence strong around the cities, make it look good. But that's why we're in the desert. We're smart. He touched his head. We go to the more rural places to cross, where there aren't so many roads. Now, listen. We're walking next to Tohono o Adam land. Don't think the tribes want us here any more than border agents. Someone looks your direction, hide. Otherwise they make a call, we get picked up by ICE in less than an hour. Suerte. They started walking. Roberto carried Rosa, and she held him even more tightly. Everyone went single file or 2 by 2. Roberto felt strong. His legs had cramped up during the long truck ride, and it was good to stretch out his muscles, take long strides. The group came upon a drag, a wide, smooth swath made by La Migra trucks, pulling chains behind them to create an even surface. Every footprint, even those made by mice and roadrunners, showed up clearly. Benito walked behind, sweeping away tracks with a broom made of twigs. Everyone knew La Migra were expert at cutting sign, a method of tracking they learned from the Sioux and Tohono O'odham tribes. They'd even employed shadow wolves, a unit of the Customs Patrol made up of Native Americans. Once the sunset's unearthly glow disappeared, they walked in pure darkness, 1 foot in front of the other, trusting the desert's flatness. The ground began losing heat, and Roberto pulled his fleece and Rosa's from his pack, zipped them on. Then the moon rose, pure white light, softer than daylight, but illuminating every footstep, person, and rock. Rosa walked beside him, holding his hand. He figured it would be better for her to walk now than in tomorrow's heat. But as the night grew late, she began to stumble. She tried to be brave and strong, but she was exhausted. He lifted her up. In the moonlight, Rosa's black hair gleamed against Roberto's shoulder. He shifted her from one hip to the other. The longer he walked, the heavier the water jugs became. Rosa had fallen asleep. Walking on hard earth, he heard sounds, an almost constant buzzing, as if rattlesnakes were everywhere. He saw movement out of the corner of his eyes, watched the sweeping S movement of a sidewinder slithering away into the silvery darkness. Bats circled his head. He waved them away from Rosa's hair. The temperature dropped. While the day's temperatures had risen over 100 degrees, now the air felt frigid. Rosa shivered in his arms. Roberto dug into his pack, removed the denim sleeves the other migrant had cut off, and slid them onto his daughter's arms over her fleece jacket. The group walked for hours. Eventually, the guide said it was time to rest. They found a spot near a dry creek bed that seemed to offer some cover. There were boulders and tufts of brush. The coyote said to stay away from the brush. It was where snakes preferred to gather. But that if ice or the shadow wolves were to approach, then take cover and forget the sidewinders. Roberto lay beside Rosa. The night was so cold their teeth were chattering. Her upper body was warm by the fleece and the extra sleeves, but he hadn't prepared for her bare legs. Even his own ankles stung in the cold. He took off his jacket and covered their feet. 20 feet away, the man who'd sliced off his sleeves was shivering so loudly he sounded like a stampede. Roberto felt bad, but he couldn't offer the man any help. All his resources had to go to Rosa. Trying to sleep, he thought of his father, who had made this journey alone without a child in tow, and tried to imagine how it had felt to leave his son behind. Roberto knew how much his father loved him, loved the whole family, and he knew he would never have done this unless he believed with all his heart he was creating a better life for all of them. And now his father had a green card, giving this journey hope and meaning, and he lived around the corner from Mariachi Square. To comfort himself as much as his sleeping daughter, Roberto hummed Contigo in a low voice, imagined sitting on his father's porch in East L.A., listening to the mariachi horns play their passionate and melancholy music, and holding Rosa, he finally drifted off to sleep under the bright moon. The day started before dawn. The group drank water and ate their dried meat and fruit, then began to walk before the sun rose. Without mercy, heat seared through the gray light. The ground burned Rosa's feet through her lime-green sneakers, so Roberto carried her again. He asked her if she remembered the moon last night, and she didn't, so he described it to her, the way the whole desert had been painted silver, even the prickly pears and round boulders. Usually she loved his stories, but today she couldn't concentrate on his words. The morning hours advanced, and Roberto's head ached as if a metal band were being tightened around his skull. Rosa cried softly, delirious, and calling for Roberto's grandmother. Roberto lowered Rosa and made her drink water. She guzzled it and promptly threw it up, so he asked her to take small sips, even smaller than the ones she would give to Maria. 1 night and a half day in the desert, and already 2 gallons of water were gone. Roberto looked around. The land was a garbage dump, strewn with plastic bottles, candy wrappers, piles of human excrement, and women's panties. It was true what his father and other migrants had said. The desert was not just a wasteland, but evil, filled with evidence of rape. He left his plastic jug in the dirt, lifted Rosa, and caught up with the other walkers. Pedro had waited, and when Roberto passed, the coyote swept away the track with his twig broom. No one spoke. They saved their energy for the trek. Roberto noticed husbands helping wives, wives helping husbands. An older man's lips turned white, and he sat heavily on the ground. Some people tried to help him. He clutched his arm and shuddered as he took his last breath. Roberto kept walking so Rosa wouldn't see. No one stayed behind to bury him. They hadn't a shovel or the strength. 2 hours later, with the sun at its peak, Benito decided it was time to rest again. Where, Roberto wanted to ask, in what shade? There was nothing, no tree, cactus, rock. A mountain range rose in the distance. It looked 100 miles away. The migrants drank more water, tried to settle down for a siesta, covering themselves with jackets and packs in an attempt to create shade. Roberto lay north-south on his side on the scorching, hot, dry earth and tried to angle his body to make shade for Rosa. Her lips were white, like the old man's. She wanted to drink the whole water bottle, but he wouldn't let her. While she sobbed, he portioned out 1 capful after another. He took her pulse. Her skin felt clammy. Once she drunk 4 capfuls of water, slowly, he settled her down so she was completely in the shadow of his body. "Abuela!" she cried, hallucinating for his grandmother. "Delfina, Alma," her best friends. "Tino," the pet goat Roberto had told her about, that he had had long before she was born, when he was a little boy, and his grandfather had given him 1 kid from the herd. And how Roberto had named him, played with him, and one day, returning home from school on his 7th birthday, smelled a feast, a special meal for the whole family. Only they had cooked Tino, the only animal they could spare. Hearing Rosa cry for Tino constricted Roberto's throat. He held his daughter tightly, his sweat sticking to hers, thinking of that little goat and how he'd loved it, and how he'd had to pretend to his grandfather to be happy for the birthday feast, and to hide the hatred he felt for the old man for killing his pet. Jack Leary, 2007. Jack's grandfather on his mother's side had been a Texas Ranger, patrolling the hills along the Texas-Oklahoma border, looking for every type of criminal hiding in the caves and holes. He still had Grandpa's Colt 44 and his nightstick, more like a baseball bat really, and also his sap. That's what they called it. A flexible 6-inch weapon covered in braided black leather and well soaked with the blood of the many bad guy skulls his Gramps had conked. While Grandpa Tecumseh Shane had been a hardcore, hard-assed, redneck mountain man and expert tracker, Jack's other grandfather,
Brendan Leary, had been an FBI agent in Boston, working white-collar paper cases on con men who targeted the vulnerable through church groups and immigrant populations. That's where Jack got his desire to work for the federal government, the combination of power and good benefits. Marriage to Luella and memories of his grandfather Brendan had drummed into his head a better reason for working for the Fed, the potential to help people. Driving his Explorer through the desert that late afternoon, he kept his eyes open for any signs of cutting the drag. The big machines had been through here earlier, hauling chain and pipe, smoothing out the dirt and sand so any footprint would show up clearly. The dashboard thermometer registered 120 degrees out there. It wouldn't be the first time he'd saved someone's life in the heat. Sometimes the migrants staggered onto the road, begging him to stop. His SUV was equipped with a radio mounted by the driver's seat and a shotgun rack behind his head, but separated from the back by wire mesh. The rig was heavy, with four-wheel drive strong enough to haul a semi out of the sand. He had the AC blasting, a coffee in the holder, water jugs bungeed in back just in case he came upon some wanderers. Jack had worked for the United States Border Patrol for 25 years, and he could see retirement on the horizon. His job was to guard the U.S.-Mexican border and work in conjunction with ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. When he'd first started, ICE was the INS, Immigration and Naturalization Service. The change in last words from service to enforcement said everything about the new attitude. Some of his colleagues in the Tucson sector of Arizona called the illegals wets for wetbacks, back from when most of them tried crossing the Rio Grande. Now, with urban entries heavily guarded and the 800-mile fence, floodlights, sensors, and helicopter patrols, the migrants had started moving through the most deadly, less patrolled sections of desert. He rode along, eyes sweeping from side to side. He had a gift for tracking from his grandfather Shane, but his sensibility was more in line with his grandfather Leary. His Irish ancestors had fought and died their way across the Atlantic in steerage, many of them dying of disease on an island in Canada's St. Lawrence River, before ever achieving their goals of a better life. Assimilation was a hell of a lot easier for the Irish, white-skinned and blue-eyed, looking the Anglo part, fitting into society and getting good jobs, patronage jobs in the case of his Chicago and Oklahoma City ancestors. They started out as janitors in City Hall, worked their way up to cops and finally the FBI. Love of family, that's what killed him. These people were literally dying to be together, to make enough money to feed their elderly and young, just as his had done. He was always on the lookout for terrorists and drug smugglers, but most of what he found were poor families. His wife Luella reminded him of that every day. She said that inside he had more in common with the Mexicans and other Latin Americans he picked up than he did with his bosses. He didn't exactly go around talking about his philosophy. The Border Patrol and ICE had plenty of closet, kind-hearted agents. But more and more it attracted kids who watched border wars on TV and wanted to chase down the wets and send them packing back to where they came from, preferably with lumps and bruises to remind them of what awaited should they decide to attempt another crossing. The sun was setting. He took his Ray-Bans off and in the last golden light saw it, a crescent moon-shaped heel print on the track's edge. He pulled over the Explorer, got out for a closer look. The coyote had swept up. He was smart, but daring. This stretch of land was brutal, and very few groups attempted to cross here. Patrols in this area were relatively light, and the coyote would know that. If he hadn't left that heel print behind, Leary would have missed it entirely. He scanned the desert in the direction the print was heading. Then he locked his truck and set off that way himself. He left the shotgun behind, but had his pistol and hollow-point ammo in his holster. Even at sunset, the heat hit him like a wall. Only travelers who lived far below poverty level were desperate enough to risk their lives this way. Now that he was walking, He saw another set of not quite erased footprints, tiny ones. He thought of the little kid and walked faster. He saw the mound in the distance, crows and turkey vultures all over it. He had his service radio out and was calling headquarters before the smell reached him. Did the wanderers know they had crossed the U.S. border, that they had already arrived? Had their coyotes arranged for pickup? He searched the immediate area, still thinking of that little footprint. "I've got a body here," he said to Jeannie, the dispatcher. "And it looks like more dead up ahead." "Do you think the others are making for Route 2? She asked, knowing the area as well as he did. "Yeah, that's what I figure. You want to stay with the body, and I'll send Chandler and Leone to intercept the rest of the group up on the highway?" "No," Leary said. Chandler and Leone, two of the new guard, not just ready but eager to bust heads and send everyone packing back to whatever place so hellish they'd risk crossing this desert trying to escape. "Then what?" "Have them come here. I'll plant a flag by the body. They'll see it with their flashlights. I'll drive north and look for the others." "Jack," she said, "they're closer to the highway. I'm sending them, okay? A helicopter, too. They'll find them." He couldn't argue the point. Chandler and Leone were already on the way, and there was nothing he could do about it. Roberto, 2007. Roberto and Rosa drank all their water, and even in the heat of the late-day sun, her skin felt damp instead of hot and dry, and that scared him. He carried her with both arms stretched out. She was too weak to grab his neck now. Other members of the group had fallen behind, were resting or sleeping, or maybe dying. Benito and Pedro led Roberto and 10 others deeper into the desert toward a distant V of rocks rising out of nowhere. "What is out there?" Roberto asked. "That's our landmark. Tells us we're close to the pickup spot," Benito said. "The border?" "We crossed it, man," he said, holding up his GPS. "You're in the United States." Roberto expected to feel exultant, but he felt panic. "My daughter needs water." "We all do. Keep walking." "Where's the pickup?" "Through those rocks. 2 more miles, and our contact is already there with his van running and waiting for us." 2 more miles once they passed those rocks, Roberto thought. The sun began to slide down, but nothing cooled his body or feet, and Rosa's eyes were closed. She had white foam in the corners of her mouth, but when he kissed her forehead, she opened her eyes. "Did you hear the man?" he asked. "He talked too fast," she said. "We're almost there, Preciosa," he said. "Daddy, it's too hot," she said, practically the first complaint he'd heard from her, and he kissed her forehead again. "When we get there, we'll have all the water we want. And Papa has air conditioning, and you'll be so cool," he said. "You'll need your fleece." "Where's Maria?" she asked. "In the pack," he said. "Will you give her to me?" "Soon, cariño. We just go through those rocks, and then to the road, and then we'll be fine, and you can have Maria." "I want her. She'll fly us to Papa," Rosa said, and began to cry. And again Roberto panicked because she had no tears on her cheeks. The coyotes walked faster, herding the 10 of them along. The sun dipped down, and as they approached the rocks, he noticed deep shadows. "Hey, can we take a rest here?" he asked the coyotes. "Listen, you hear that?" Benito asked, pointing overhead. "Helicopter. Border agents in the airship looking for us. It's getting dark, so we have a little cover, unless they're using heat sensors. 2 miles, and we get into the van, and we're all on our way to L.A. Roberto strained his ears, couldn't hear anything but the desert wind. Holding Rosa, he almost wished for the helicopter. No, he did wish for it. He wanted Ice to come, find them, and take her to the hospital, but then he thought, 2 miles. They could make it. "We'll be at Papa's house tonight," he said to her. "The mariachis?" she asked. "Yes." She was okay. If she remembered the mariachis and wanted to hold Maria, she was going to get through this. Roberto told himself that, even while cursing himself for doing everything wrong. He should have carried more water. He should have found a better coyote with a smarter route. He shouldn't have taken Rosa on this journey. His father had been so much smarter, had left him behind when he was a child. Passing through the rock formations, Roberto tensed up. For a minute, he thought the coyotes had led them into a trap. This would be the right place for bandits. But they made it through, and now there were just 2 miles to go. The tall rocks looked purple and gold and cast long shadows, and then, as the sun disappeared, there were no shadows. Suddenly, everyone got a second wind. Benito and Pedro were dehydrated too, but they started to trot, and the remaining 10 walkers kept up. Roberto ran along with them, holding Rosa as if she were light as air, knowing it was less than 2 miles to go. He counted his steps, lost track, forced himself to keep making progress. She squirmed, nearly dropping from his arms. Roberto fell behind, focusing all his attention on each step, staying strong and holding Rosa tight. "Daddy, I'm going to be sick," she said. "It's okay," he said. Let her throw up all over him. He didn't care. He just had to get her to the road and the van, and there would be water. "Hurry, faster," Benito called. "Hear those engines? Fucking ice SUVs. "Daddy, put me down," she cried. He ignored her, tried to keep up with the others. There were rocks in small formations, and the ground had turned from hard earth to small pebbles. She retched and cried, sick and embarrassed, and calling, "Abuela, abuela." She wanted his grandmother. He stumbled on a stone, nearly twisted his ankle, fell to one knee and skinned it right through his jeans. Rosa tumbled from his arms, but he caught her, let her stand wobbly on her feet for a minute, vomiting spit and bile into the sand, leaning against a round boulder. "Wait!" he yelled to the others. The moon rose, turning the desert bright as morning. Now he did hear noise, but not SUVs, just regular traffic. Up in the distance he saw one set of headlights, bright white car lights parked along a road. "That's it," he said to Rosa. "We get there and we're home." "Abuela," she wept. "Maria." Roberto watched the figures getting smaller. He narrowed his eyes and swore he saw the van. All he had to do was get Rosa to the road, another half-mile at the most. He tried to stand and nearly passed out. "Come on, baby," he said, trying to lift her. "Just that far. See the van?" She curled up in a ball by the boulder where it felt cool. Roberto watched his fellow travelers reach the road, start climbing into the van. He didn't think, he just acted. They weren't going to leave Rosa and him in the desert. He knelt down, pressed Maria into Rosa's hands. "5 minutes, love," he said. "That's all. Stay with Maria, and I'll be right back. Don't move. Promise me you won't move." "I promise." He'd cracked his knee, maybe broken something, but he had never run faster in his life. The moon shone bright on Rosa's boulder, a beacon of gold blaring from the bleak and empty land. The faster he ran, the more dangerous he felt. He'd kill the driver if he tried to leave without them. He'd jump on the windshield and make them stop, grab Pedro's pistol, hold it to his head, and walk him back to the boulder to get Rosa. The road looked smooth. He tripped over a stone and his ankle twisted. The van's headlights were on, the door was open. All 10 of the migrants were already inside. He saw Pedro and Benito climbing in last. "Wait!" he yelled. The moonlight caught the metal of their guns, or jewelry, or bracelets. His eyes were used to the bright moon, and hadn't picked up the 2 dark shapes behind the van. SUVs. The metal on Benito and Pedro and all the others was handcuffs. "We got another one," a voice said in English. "He wanted us to wait," another said, laughing. "So we waited." Roberto couldn't understand the language, but he knew La Migra when he saw it. He turned and bolted straight back the way he'd come, heading for the moonlit boulder. He could see Rosa's tiny shape curled up at the base, her little feet in her lime-green sneakers, and he heard the hissing and howling of night creatures, and he bellowed, "Rosa!" "Stop right there! Put your hands up!" the voice yelled. "Mi hija!" Roberto shouted. Ella está ahí. Tengo que rescatar a mi hija. You're in America. Speak English now. The shotgun butt cracked him across his skull, and he never even felt himself hit the rocky ground. He didn't die, but in that moment, his life ended. Chapter 6. Julia. At the casa, listening to Roberto, she heard how the border agents had arrested and detained the group. Roberto couldn't get any of them to look for Rosa. But once he was at the detention center waiting to be processed, something like a miracle happened. A border agent named Jack Leary walked into the holding cell and asked if anyone there had a child. For a minute, Roberto had thought he had found Rosa, but no, he had just seen her footprint. Roberto told him what had happened. Leary went straight to look for her, but by the time he got to the big rock, Rosa was gone. It took 2 days for Roberto to be processed, arrested and deported to Mexico across the river from Nogales. He went straight to Altar and found his way along the same route taken by the coyotes. Landmarks had been burned into his memory. A saguaro cactus shaped like a horse, piles of plastic water bottles left by previous groups, the body of the man he and Rosa had traveled with, and finally the boulder where he'd left his daughter. He made it to the highway, and this time there was no La Migra waiting for him. A trucker picked him up and drove him to the next town where he'd called his father, and his father drove down from Los Angeles to get him. After he finished telling her, Roberto left the kitchen, and she watched him cross the courtyard, pass behind the barn. The sprinklers went on, filling the dry air with mist. It was late in the day for irrigation. Usually Roberto took care of it before the sun crested the mountains. Julia couldn't breathe. She could see the moonlight on the endless desert, Rosa so tiny in that wild landscape. It was as if Roberto's memory had become her vision. She could feel Roberto's heart pounding, his panic in those minutes without Rosa in his arms, running back to her. Just a few more yards. All he'd had to do was make it to the rock, and Rosa would be safe now. Stepping onto the terrace through the mist and darkness, she saw Roberto checking on the sprinklers. She walked outside through the lemon trees to find him. "Roberto," she said. "How can you look at me after what I just told you?" he asked. "I let my daughter go." "It wasn't your fault." He kept his head down, as if he couldn't bear to see her eyes. She touched his face, turned it to meet his gaze. Then she reached for him, holding him close. He embraced her, and his head came to rest on her shoulder. Around them, the water hissed. Her feet felt wet in the soaking earth. They broke apart, and his shoulders slumped. She could feel the shame pouring off him. "Thank you, Julia, for listening to me," he said. "You're the only person I've ever told that story. All of it." "I wanted you to tell me," she said, "and I understand." "Thank you for saying," he said. "But impossible a woman like you would ever be so reckless. Take your daughter into danger. Leave her even for a minute." Julia's head buzzed with thoughts and memories, but she took a deep breath of the mountain and sea air and touched his arm. "I have blamed myself for 5 years," she said. "As long as you have suffered over losing Rosa, I've felt the same about Jenny." "That was not your fault." Julia smiled sadly. "I said the same thing to you, but it's hard to take it in and believe it, isn't it?" "Very, but different for you. You didn't leave Jenny. You—" "Roberto, I failed her. I must have, because why else would she have done what she did?" Now he held her, rocking her while she tried to breathe. "I knew she was so sad. She missed her boyfriend, but I had no idea she was so desperate. I never imagined. We were close and talked about everything, but I missed the signs. She must have been trying to tell me because that's how we were, but I didn't hear her." "For her, it might have been too hard to tell you," Roberto said. "I would have helped her." Maybe she didn't want help, Roberto said. But Roberto, I still don't know, and I never will. Evidence adds up to one thing for the police, but I'm her mother. I can't believe Jenny would do it. She's my girl. She wouldn't leave me that way. She wouldn't do it to herself. But then there's the evidence. It's so hard to think about. I pushed the thoughts away. I broke our connection. He nodded as if he understood. But it's not broken forever, she said. What do you mean? Little by little, she said. Jenny is coming back to me. It started when you first told me about Rosa, when we were sitting on the house steps that night. I actually felt her with me. En serio? Roberto asked. It sounds crazy, right? Maybe a little, he said. I know, it feels that way to me. But I swear, it was as if she were right there sitting next to me. Roberto stared at her with wide brown eyes and took her hand. Lemon trees surrounded them, their branches arching low over their heads. She smelled citrus, felt the leaves brush the top of her hair. He put his arms around her and kissed her, long and slow. When he stopped, her heart was pounding. They held each other for a long time before he let her go. She felt him watching her head toward the house before he turned in the opposite direction. By the time she glanced back, he had walked into the rows of lemon trees, disappeared into the night's ghostly mist. The next morning she woke up and saw that Serapio's wife's car was gone. He must have returned home to East L.A. He'd left without saying goodbye. She drove along the Pacific Coast Highway with the radio on. She kept it tuned to Sirius E Street and listened to Bruce Springsteen. He was singing further on up the road, but it could have been anything. He'd become a companion and guardian angel during these years alone. The way Bruce sang, whether it was a rock song or a ballad, she knew that he understood suffering. His music had kept her company cross-country, and it was keeping her sane right now. Pulling onto Westward Beach Road, she went past the Sunset Restaurant. The road hugged the bluff, and she took it all the way to the last lifeguard station and got out. Bonnie ran straight for the tide line. It had always been this way. In Connecticut, walking along Griswold Point, she'd investigated all the kelp that had washed up between tides. Her limp was worse, and her coat had lost some of its luster. But on the beach, she was still the puppy Julia and Peter had brought home for Jenny. Julia left her shoes in the car, rolled up the legs of her jeans, and walked behind Bonnie in the hard sand. The waves here were the most beautiful she'd ever seen. Great curling tubes of blue-green glass, breaking into white foam that spread across the packed sand and rolled back into the Pacific. She walked barefoot through the foam, cold on her feet, much colder than the Atlantic and Long Island Sound, deep enough so the waves splashed her pants. She felt the waves wanting to pull her out into the ocean, picking up smooth rocks and bits of broken shell. Offshore, 4 dolphins swam north, parallel to the beach. Bonnie heard one exhale from its blowhole and began racing back and forth along the sand, barking. She jumped into the water, swam out 20 yards, but was no match for the dolphins. Julia sat on the sand, watching. The dolphins were long gone, but Bonnie swam in the waves, buoyed by the sea. Julia slipped off her jeans and t-shirt and walked into the ocean in her underwear. The water felt cold on her legs, but she dove straight in, a habit from her childhood growing up at the beach. Sometimes people would give themselves time to get used to the water, but not Julia. She'd taught Jenny to do it the same way. She and Bonnie drifted in the current and were lifted by the waves. The rip ran swiftly along the beach. It carried her and Bonnie parallel to the sand, all the way to the next lifeguard tower. Because it was off-season, the guard stations weren't manned. But Julia was a strong swimmer, and she loved being in salt water more than anywhere else on Earth. It restored her. The ocean and sun brought Julia back to herself. As she swam hard, then let go and floated, face up toward the blue sky, she wondered what objects Roberto had to remind him of Rosa. She wondered whether he'd found her doll, Maria, when he'd gone back to the rock months later. She and Bonnie climbed out of the ocean 50 yards along the beach from where they'd first gone in. Julia walked back to her towel but didn't pick it up, and just stood there drying in the sun. She had a long day ahead of her, and she wanted to hold on to this bright feeling of stepping out of the ocean. She drove home and got ready. Sprayed Bonnie with the hose, combed out the worst tangles of seaweed, dried her with a towel. Then she stood under the outdoor shower, such a luxury, standing in the sun as she rinsed all the salt water off. She washed her hair with her aunt's lemon shampoo. The label said, Casa Riley, and Julia knew she'd made it with blossoms and fruit from the orchard. Inside, she changed into a blue cotton shift and threw a navy sweater over her shoulders. She slipped her feet into a pair of ballet flats, momentarily wondered whether to take an overnight bag. She packed one, just in case. She looked at Bonnie, debated on whether to take her, too. She knew she'd be busy and didn't want to chance neglecting her. Although she might have asked Roberto to feed and walk Bonnie, he'd gone home for the long weekend. She picked up the phone. "Darling, you missed a delicious dinner," Lion said when he answered. "I know, I'm sorry," she said. "It's appalling you got stuck with that pompous ass. Did he really drive you away?" "No. Honestly, Lion, Thanksgiving was such a Jenny holiday." "Say no more. I completely understand." "Actually, I'm calling to ask a favor." "I have to drive down to San Diego. I have a project in mind, and I'm not sure how long it will take. Would you mind feeding Bonnie?" "Not at all, love. I'll drop by the casa soon and give her lunch and a walk. Will, someone be going with you?" "Roberto? No," she said. "Sweetheart, a solo road trip can be just the thing. Do you have some thinking to do?" "Maybe," she said, and laughed. "But I'm fine, Lion, I promise. And thanks for Bonnie sitting. I won't be gone long." "Whatever suits you," he said. "Consider her fed. 2 old dogs. She and I will have a lot to talk about." "Thanks," Julia said, and they hung up. Bonnie, worn out from the excitement of the beach and her swim, was lying in the shade on the terrace. It overlooked the canyon and sea, and Julia saw Bonnie watching the red-tailed hawks ride the thermals. Julia leaned down and kissed her goodbye. "I'll be back soon," she said, knowing Lion would soon be there to take her on a midday walk. Bonnie gave her a baleful look. They understood each other. Living alone for so long, they'd developed a language between them. She let out a small but not overly protesting bark. As Julia backed out of the driveway, she saw Roberto in the orchard. He'd come back, after all. He was on a ladder pruning branches. Their eyes met, and they waved. She braked and for a minute thought of telling him where she was going, but instead she stepped lightly on the gas and kept going. Roberto. Wherever Julia had gone, Roberto hoped she would return soon. He thought of her non-stop. Signor Riley always gave him and Serapio Thanksgiving weekend off, but Roberto needed to work. The orchard ate up hours, and while he stood on the ladder, he kept picturing Julia back from the beach, walking into the outdoor shower. Roberto, on his ladder, had been unable to tear his eyes away. She stood behind the latticework, so he couldn't see much except squares of sunlight on her bare arms and shoulders, but his imagination did the rest. He heard the water spray onto her skin, saw her raise her lean arms to lather shampoo on her head, could almost feel the warm water running down her smooth body. He had planned to wait till she dried off and got dressed to go to her, take her into the orchard, kiss her again, tell her what last night had meant to him. But she had driven away before he could climb down from the ladder. Around noon, when the sun blazed a path across the Pacific, he heard a car coming up the drive. For a moment he thought it was Julia, and he couldn't wait to go to her. But the car engine was too powerful to be her Volvo, and when the maroon Jaguar XKE skidded into the turnaround, he saw it was Mr. Cushing, who then walked into the house without knocking. Roberto wondered if something was wrong. After rinsing his hands under the hose, he hurried to the kitchen door and looked inside. No sign of anyone. He knocked loudly. "Hola," Roberto called. He heard Bonnie barking from somewhere inside, maybe on the big circular seaside terrace. Then footsteps, and Mr. Cushing and Bonnie entered the kitchen at the same time.
"Signor Cushing, Julia has gone out," Roberto said.
"Yes, Roberto, she told me. Call me Lion, for God's sakes." He rummaged around one of the lower cabinets. "Where the hell does she keep the dog food?"
"I'll get it," Roberto said.
His stomach dropped. Why hadn't she asked him to feed Bonnie? Roberto went into the pantry, knelt by the cupboard beside the sink. He had carried the groceries in, placed Bonnie's food here himself, a case of canned beef and a 3-pound bag of dry food. "Oh, dear," Mr. Cushing said. "What does Julia give her? Half wet, half dry?"
"Yes, that is right. Is she coming back soon?"
The old actor looked at him with kindness. I don't know, Roberto. She didn't seem to know herself." He stuck a can under the electric opener and zapped the lid off.
"But she will stay away tonight."
"Yes. Meanwhile, she asked me to feed and walk Bonnie."
"I would happily do that for her," Roberto said, "since I am here anyway."
He felt stabbed that she hadn't asked him, that after last night she would leave without saying goodbye. Lion seemed to be watching him with a glint in his eyes as Roberto took the can of food from Lion's gnarled old hands and mixed it in an aluminum bowl with a handful of kibbles. "That's very nice of you," Lion said. "Thank you. I'll let her know you're on dog patrol. Will you take Bonnie out tonight and in the morning?"
"Si, for sure," Roberto said.
"Muchas gracias," Lion said. Roberto and the old actor watched Bonnie eat. He had the sense Lion felt the same emotional current he did. They knew what Bonnie meant to Julia.
"Did she say anything about why she left?" Roberto asked.
"Not really," the old actor's eyes gleamed. "Something about a project. But I'll tell you one thing, Roberto."
"What?"
"She was driven mad by Jenny's death. Did she tell you about what happened?"
"Si," Roberto said.
"It practically destroyed her, you can imagine. But I see a difference in her in the last few weeks, a real transformation."
"What is that?"
"She's alive again. She feels happy." Lion clapped Roberto on the shoulder. "And it's because of you."
"Me?" he asked.
"Yes. She likes you, and you make her happy." Lion walked toward his car and climbed in. The motor started with a lusty roar. "The least we can do is take care of her while she's here," he said.
"We can do that, Mr. Cushing," Roberto said, forgetting.
"Call me Lion," he said. "You make me feel even more ancient than I am."
"Okay, Lion," Roberto said.
"I'm the oldest man in Hollywood, but I don't feel it," Lion called as he tooted the car horn and sped down the driveway. Julia. The Reunion Project facility was in La Jolla, adjacent to Scripps Institution of Oceanography, far removed from the U.S.-Mexican border. Juan Rios had told her they would be open Friday and all weekend, and for her to come any time. The building had a glass door but no windows, and looked exactly like what it was, a morgue. That it was used for research and for reuniting families couldn't take away that fact. She parked her car in the lot next door, walked to the tall glass doors and buzzed. The receptionist had her name on a list and told her Dr. Rios would be with her shortly. He came out a few minutes later, short and compact. He had graying black hair and tortoiseshell half specs were dangling from a cord around his neck. He wore a rumpled blue Oxford shirt and khaki pants, and he greeted her with a hug like a long-lost friend.
"Chris speaks so highly of you," he said.
"And of you," Julia said.
"We go back a long way," Juan said. "Grad school, when we did our field study together."
"Chris tends to make work fun," Julia said.
"You worked with him at the Uto Aztecan Mound, didn't you?"
"Yes, 11 years ago," she said.
"Well, I'm glad you got in touch."
"I know you're very busy."
"Not at all. That's what we are here for," he said. "But if you don't mind, let's grab a bite before we get down to work."
He patted his belly, which was spilling over his belt. Small, frequent meals. That's what my wife keeps telling me. They climbed into his vehicle, an old Jeep that looked as if it spent more time in the mountains and deserts than on the well-kept roads of La Jolla. He drove her past the ocean, waves breaking on the rocky coast, and past Children's Pool, a seawall built in 1931, he told her, to create a protected place for kids to swim. "It's been taken over by seals," he said. "That's Seal Rock just offshore. And they seem to think Children's Beach is a good place to birth their pups and keep them safe from what's out in the ocean." She stared down at the glossy creatures, their pelts gleaming in the sun. No children were in the swimming area. They drove a few miles and parked in front of Reimel's, a tiny restaurant, warm and cozy, and filled with beautiful paintings. "Everything is good," Juan said as they sat down. "It's all fresh. The catch is right off the dock, and if you like fish tacos—" "Done," Julia said. They drank iced tea and talked about Chris and Maxine, how Julia had wound up studying with Chris at Yale, how Juan had gone into anthropology because he was Mexican and wanted to study the layers of culture and movement that gave his country and its people their identity. The food arrived, and Juan was right. The fish tacos were delicious. Fresh halibut, salsa, and crisp white cabbage in a corn tortilla. They ate quietly and drank iced tea in the gentle daytime darkness of the small restaurant. "The children's pool," she said. "Did you show it to me for any reason?" "No," he said. "It's just a La Jolla attraction." "Why?" "I was thinking about fences and walls and how they don't really do the job, and how they relate to your work now." "Very perceptive," he said. "Fences and walls. Keeping out the unwanted." "Unwanted? That's a good way to put it." "Tell me about your work now, Juan. It's called the Reunion Project." "Yes," he said, "but in general, not happy reunions. I work on border-crossing deaths." "What do you mean?" "We collect bodies and bones from the desert, try to match them with dental records, DNA, even clothing and belongings, and let families back in Mexico know the fate of their loved ones. 600 to 1,000 deaths a year, mostly in the hot months." "How did you go from papers and fieldwork on cultural anthropology to studying border-crossing deaths?" "It's still anthropology, but applied in a very specific way. The border has changed drastically since I was young." "How?" "There has always been migration. That goes without saying when you have a rich country like ours, sharing a border with a country as poor as Mexico." "It's a given," Julia said. "Yes," he said. "The U.S. wants to protect the border, Operation Gatekeeper and Defense. The first phase took place just a few miles south of here, from the Pacific Ocean into San Ysidro, the border between San Diego and Tijuana." She listened intently. "That's when migrants began heading east, crossing through the Otay Mountains and the desert beyond, and dying in great numbers." "That made you change your focus?" "Yeah," he said. "The sheer numbers. Fresh skeletons. And then we'd go into town and see families walking around with pictures of their sons and daughters and husbands and parents. It got to me." "It would get to me too," she said. He nodded. "Some Mexican and Central American families say goodbye to their children, parents, expecting to hear from them when they arrive in Phoenix, LA, New York, wherever. But they never hear. And I couldn't imagine how they felt and how they lived with it year after year. I'd seen the bodies in the desert, and I knew there had to be a way to match them with their families. So I joined up with other anthropologists working on similar projects in Texas and Arizona." "Do you think we'll find out about Rosa?" "I've already started trying," Juan said. "Let's go back to my office." He paid the bill, and they walked into the shaded parking lot, climbed into the Jeep, and headed back to the morgue. Julia closed her eyes because she had a picture of smiling, dark-haired Rosa in her mind, from Roberto's stories of her, and she wanted to hold on to it as long as she could before they entered the building of bodies and bones. After walking through the reception area, they came to a locked door with a sign that said, "The Reunion Project." Juan punched in a code and they entered. The hallway smelled of pine and lemon, but the scents didn't quite cover the chemical odor beneath. When they got to Juan's office, he dragged a second chair beside his and invited Julia to sit beside him at his desk. He tilted the computer screen toward her. Several windows were open, including one that bore images of differently shaped skulls. "We work with medical examiners in lots of jurisdictions," he said. "We start with fingerprints and dental records, of course. But sometimes the body is too decomposed, or has been separated by animals, and we're left with only bones and shreds of clothing." He glanced at her, as if to see how she was taking this. She nodded, wanting him to continue. "Tell me more," she said. "One of the problems in making identifications is that the bones are often so degraded by the time the coroner gets them. Predators and the desert heat destroy all but slight traces of mitochondrial DNA. That can narrow an ID down to a particular family, but it's not enough to positively identify an individual. So we're getting creative." "What are those skulls?" she asked. "Some of my colleagues and I are working on a genetic map of Mexico, Guatemala, and Ecuador. Skull shapes, bone length, and density. Other factors are helping us narrow down where the dead came from. People from different regions in those countries have skulls with vastly different characteristics. So we can determine one crosser began in Oaxaca, while another comes from Veracruz." "And that helps you learn enough to notify the families?" "Not alone, but sometimes with other evidence, such as a piece of clothing. In one case, a distinctive pair of sneakers, with initials drawn on the cloth inside a heart." "Lime green sneakers," Julia said. "That's what Rosa was wearing?" "Yes, her father told me." "We can enter that into our database," he said, typing in the words. "I've already gotten started, based on what you emailed me. Is there more?" "She had a doll," Julia said. "Her great-grandmother made it for her." "What about her mother? You haven't mentioned her." "The parents never married. They were young when she was born, and Roberto raised her with his grandmother." "And where was Roberto's mother?" "She died." "Okay, so Roberto was picked up by La Migra, and then what happened?" "While he was in detention, a border agent, Jack Leary, came looking for him. He'd found a child's footprint in the sand and connected it to Roberto's group. He wanted to check it out. Roberto gave him the best directions he could." "The agent went looking for her?" "Yes, right away, but she was gone. Still, Roberto had to see for himself. It took 2 days for him to be deported back to Mexico. He went straight to Altar and retraced the route the coyote had taken, crossed the border again on his own." "He found the rock?" "Yes, but no sign of Rosa." Juan typed all this into a report, and she watched him hit send, sharing it with other members of the Reunion Project throughout the Southwest. "You never know what will come back," he said. "I've already checked our database for skeletal remains of young females in that particular sector." "Did you find any?" Julia asked. "Yes, too many," he said, "but none that fit the criteria you gave me. All the girls were older, and the times of death don't fit. They were either before or after 2007. "What did they die of, the girls?" "Heat, dehydration mostly. One was bitten by a snake. There are 25 varieties of poisonous snakes in that section of desert." "Roberto said Rosa was so dehydrated she was delirious, talking about her flying doll and a pet goat and her great-grandmother." "That's what happens," Juan said. "Her system was starting to shut down." "Then why wasn't she found?" "I don't know," Juan said. "An incredibly large percentage who try to cross get caught by the Border Patrol, but we know she wasn't. For those who don't, the chances of survival vary according to age, strength, health, even luck. We have to assume she died. But that's what's so cruel. There's no evidence that she did." And people were searching for her so soon after. Roberto went back, and that agent, Jack Leary?
I looked him up, Juan said, after I got your email. I thought maybe I'd give him a call at Border Patrol headquarters in Tucson, but he's retired, unlisted number.
I tried the same thing, Julia said. Maybe there's another way to track him down.
How?
Facebook. A badass border agent on Facebook? Juan asked. But he did a search, and out of the 100 or so Jack Learys, only one looked weathered and old enough to have been a seasoned Border Patrol agent. His photo showed him and a petite blue-eyed woman with a long gray braid, holding each other tight and smiling for the camera. They stood in a yard, an adobe house and cacti behind them. It said they lived in Yuma, Arizona. That has to be him, Julia said. Roberto said they crossed in Arizona. She reached past Juan, clicked some keys to type her password, and her own page popped up. There you are, he said. I joined because of Jenny, Julia said. She quickly typed a message to Jack Leary. Hello, you don't know me, but I'd very much like to discuss one of your old cases with you. Rosa Rodriguez. Please call me. She gave her cell phone number and clicked send. Jenny? Juan asked. My daughter, she said, and smiled, and she left it at that. She had planned to spend the night in Del Mar, just a few miles away from La Jolla, and return here tomorrow. By then, Juan might have responses from the emails he'd sent. But now she had another destination. Will you stay in touch? She asked, gathering her things. Let me know what you hear? Of course, he said. It's an old case, but don't give up. We'll do what we can. Thank you so much for everything, she said. They hugged and she walked to her car. The sea air was fresh and cool with a strong breeze coming off the ocean a few blocks away. She dialed Lyon's number on her cell phone. Hello, darling, he said. It's me. I know, the beauty of caller ID. How are you? I'm good. The trip is going well. How are you? First of all, Bonnie and Roberto are fine. And you? Grrr, he said. What's wrong? I'm reading Nabokov. He dedicated Speak Memory to his wife, Vera. That means he loved her, obviously. I'd say so. It burns me that your uncle writes all those scholarly books and dedicates them all to Graciela. It's like a slap in the face. What are you talking about? He's married to her. Isn't that enough? Does he have to proclaim his love in print, too? I'm just an actor. What can I do? You've played some of the most beautiful love scenes on screen with her, Lyon. Why are you so sad today? I don't know, he said. It gets to me once in a while. You are loved and adored by many, including me, she said. That is of no comfort whatsoever. That kind of love is nice, but it doesn't make you want to get up in the morning, no offense. Well, I'm calling to say I'll definitely be away tonight. You have to get up in the morning to feed Bonnie, right? Oh, no. As a matter of fact, Roberto offered to take over Bonnie duties. He's such a nice man. He is, she said, her skin tingling just because Lyon had mentioned his name. Did he say anything else? About you? Yes. He was concerned that you'd left without telling him. Oh. Long silence. She had turned on her engine and was programming the GPS for route guidance to Yuma, Arizona. But Lyon's silence made her stop. She could almost hear him smiling through the phone. Well, Lyon said finally, I assume you'll want to call to fill him in on your plans. Could you do it for me? She asked. She didn't want to explain to Roberto where she was or what she was doing. Of course, Lyon said, but I'm sure he'll be sorely disappointed. Julia didn't reply. Darling, when it comes to matters of the heart, I am your man. Thank you, Lyon, Julia said. Okay, love, drive safely wherever you are, and come home soon. I will, Julia said. After she hung up, she finished programming her GPS and realized that without traffic, Route 8 would get her to Yuma in under 3 hours. She headed for the highway out of San Diego and saw the Pacific Ocean disappearing in her rear-view mirror. Roberto. With the sun setting behind the Channel Islands, Roberto fed Bonnie and took her for her evening walk. He followed the path Julia liked.